Can you hit the, can you, yeah, oh, recording. There you go. Okay.
All right, well, I'll call the meeting to order. And the first agenda item is the adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion on this? Or does anybody have something they want to add? Well,
I'll move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
all right, thank you. All in favor? Okay, yeah, it's a little hard. I got to look around to see who's who voted. That was good. And then moving on to finance, we're talking about the 2022 and 2024 operating and capital budgets. And I guess we should, which is our normal process, is to make a motion and then start the discussion. So our first one, it seems a little odd to be doing that before we have lots of discussion, but we'll follow our normal protocols. Does anybody want to make a motion on our 2022, 2024 operating and 2022, 2026 capital budgets? I'm just looking for our, well, just for the sake of argument, and to get things started, I'll make the motion. The council received the 2022 and 2024 operating budgets for information, and that'll just get the discussion going. All right, so I guess with that, I'll turn it over to Rod.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So what administration did, as you can probably tell, is we put together kind of a cover RFD with 3 attachments that provide responses to some of the questions that were raised on December 20th. And then we attached the RFD that went forward on December 20th, and that remained unchanged. So I'm just thinking one of the options of maybe proceeding through this is, if you notice on page 2, which is basically the first page of the RFD, there's a bunch of bullets towards the bottom of the page and onto page 3. And those are the items that, say, council wanted further discussion or maybe deferred till later this year. So we've included those again, and some of them actually have an attachment that provide additional detail. We were able to research them a little bit. So that might be the best approach to proceed, is going through those one by one and kind of making decisions along the way. Or maybe even at the beginning, just even asking if there's any other topics that council wishes to discuss, and we can put it on that list and just start knocking them off one by one. Mr. Mayor.
Start with tax penalties. All right, so let's maybe look at tax penalties. And where we will.
So with that one, Your Worship, we did conduct a little bit of research on some of our comparable municipalities, which is Schedule 1 or Attachment 1. We used the same municipalities that we've used for the reserves and other comparables, and is illustrated by our comparables. Even going back to pre-COVID penalty rates, we would still be under the overall average for those 4 municipalities. So as indicated on December 20th, we did incorporate in the 2022 budget a change to the penalties to, again, what was the pre-COVID rates.
And this is just my thought to have a little discussion. I think I understand the purpose of trying to, make a penalty to get people to pay. I get that. it just seems that, 14% on day one is quite high. I like sort of that stepping version where you might go from 7% in July, then up to an 11% in September, something like what Grimshaw does, because it doesn't, if a guy's a couple of days late, they're not getting hit with a huge bill. That's just my perspective. Judy?
So for years, I was thinking the same way, that our penalties were too high. However, after listening to debates on this and looking into stuff, I'm for the 14%. The town of High Prairie is not a bank. You can go to the bank and get a loan at 5%. So why would you sit at 14% from the bank? There's no reason why. If you can't pay your taxes, why not go to a financial institution to get the money? Like I said, the town of High Prairie, we're the town. We're not a financial institution where we hand out loans or you make payments on it, other than your town bills and stuff. It makes no sense why someone would pay 14% when you can go to a financial institution and get it at 5%.
Some people may not be able to get a loan, that's all. That would be the only issue.
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
I
Yep.
lost everything.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So
Judy, we can see you and hear you.
I can't. My screen is gone blank. Okay, so again, we're not a financial institution. You know your taxes are coming. You can get onto a payment plan. I just can't fathom why you would want to pay 14%.
Okay, other thoughts?
Judy, you're right. We're not a financial institution and nobody should want to pay 14%. That's why we keep the penalties high, because that encourages people to pay their taxes on time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, to keep it high at 14%. They know it's a guarantee in life. You got to pay taxes, so start budgeting for it and prepare for it.
Okay, Sasha?
So I understand your approach as well, Brian, to have that gradient. My question was going to be, is there any grace period, first 5 days? Because like you said, if it's 1 day, that person was 1 day, no. So Judy and James, I also hear you and I agree. I like the percentage. Would you be open to a gradient where in the first 5 days it was, there was a bit of a grace period, but beyond that, then it's 14%. Would that be okay to have a tiny bit of a grace period there? 1 day something happens, would that be acceptable?
No, you have 12 months to prepare for it. If you need an extra day, no. Because then it's going to be, well, you know what? I couldn't make it in 5 days because I had car issues or the bank was closed. I couldn't make it to an ATM. We need to clamp down on this.
John, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, we send out reminders, right? Every month or prior to those?
No, there's like the tax notices says pay by June 30th or on July 1st, you're going to be getting a penalty.
And when do we send that out?
That would be
Right, just before I think the long weekend in May, or we try to do it just around the long weekend in May.
So I agree with Judy, right? They're given enough time to prepare. They're notified that this is coming up. And so that's one of the reasons with penalties, and either you want to meet that so you don't get the penalty, or you know, using hockey as an analogy, the ref doesn't give you a warning and say you do that again and you're gone, or you're, you know. So I'm just saying, you know, I think we need to sort of toe the line on that, and just let people know, like, be responsible. That is an asset to our community when we have responsible citizens. So.
Okay, thanks. And Donna had her hand up.
I agree with Judy. Unfortunately, taxes, and as the saying goes, death and taxes. You've got to pay your taxes. You've got 12 months to put money aside or get on the whatever it's called, tip or whatever it's called. So I'm in agreement with Judy. And just out of curiosity, do we have a general idea of how many ratepayers tend to be late with their taxes, that they're hit with that 14%, or does it vary every year?
Rita?
If you flip the page to page 6, yeah, that answer is there. And they
So
tend
we
to be
had-
very similarly the same people every second or third year. They catch up and then they fall back behind. Then they catch up and they fall back. It's kind of a pattern of behavior. I'm going to say 70%. There are some that are different reasons and different circumstances, but yeah.
Okay. I know the only one we haven't heard from was Therese, and then we can wrap this up. We know where the majority are going so far.
Yeah, I was trying to find how to put my hand up. So thanks, Brian. No, I agree with the same. As far as you know it's coming up. It's something that's I mean, it's every year. You know it's coming up. Plan for it, and go from there. Especially if it's the same people, or say it tends to be the same all the time. Yeah, well, that's a problem with them there. So yeah, no, I agree as well there.
Okay, so I can see where we've got people want 14% right off the bat, and then it's an 18% in January, and that 18% is on top of the 14. It's a compounded, is that correct? Yeah. So they would pay 18% on top of their taxes plus the penalties, and 18%. So on the original amount, that penalty would be, I didn't figure it out, but 22, 23%.
Actually, probably more.
32. Isn't it 32?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say, okay. Okay, so that's what people want to go with. Do we want to make a motion on that specific item?
So you don't have to, because it's embedded in the budget. So because it's embedded in the budget, you wouldn't have to make a motion to that effect. Like approving the budget figures.
And it's in our policy already, right? It's not a change to the policy?
No, it's in our bylaw. So what administration will do
is
is when we bring forward the tax rate bylaw in April, we will change those numbers to reflect the new percentages, which is really kind of, again, taking from the budget process, the decisions that are done today, and just basically put them on the tax rate bylaw. So the big thing today is determining whether, because there are likely be some additional revenues, you're approving the budget, and so some decisions later on in the year are pretty much, probably pretty much of a rubber stamp. If you don't rubber stamp them, then we know we have a deficit in our budget situation.
Okay, so we can check off tax penalties. And then moving on to a grass cutting / lawnmowers. I don't see anything on this one in our package.
Yeah, no, if you recall on the 20th, it was just brought up as a one statement with, I think, almost no dialogue or direction or anything. So yeah, it was just noted on the whiteboard. So we didn't do any research because there wasn't complete clarity on what was required. Remember, we were short on time, so.
Judy?
So that was my, one of my topics was the grass cutting and the lawnmowers. And what I was inquiring about and what we should be looking at is the inventory of lawnmowers. I was questioning how many departments own lawnmowers. Is there some way that we could be more efficient in the different departments using the lawnmowers, as we have Public Works has lawnmowers, Recreation has lawnmowers. Do we have an overstock of these lawnmowers, and how can we be more efficient? And cutting cemetery lawns, cutting residence boulevards. These are areas where we need to cut down. We have to make some cuts somewhere. And these are luxury items that the town is offering, and we can't afford the luxury items anymore. We have to make some cuts somewhere. And this is one of the areas where we can make some serious cuts.
Okay, well, let's start with the first question. Maybe we can throw it over to administration. We have 2 or 3 different ways that we're cutting grass. We got Public Works, we got Recreation, and we've got a contractor, right, that we're using. So is there a more efficient way of cutting the grass? We'll just ask that question.
So I think there's a couple options, and we presented this on the 20th. So I think I'll give you a couple answers. So the first thing is, we do have some larger parcels. Right now, most of our ride-on lawnmowers, because we do have another lawnmower that actually cuts like the sides of ditches, which is really industrial strength. It goes behind a bigger tractor. But as far as ride-ons, they're smaller. They're I think 5 feet, most of them. They range, I think, between 4 and 6 feet. We do have some bigger areas that, especially the backs of JC Park, etc., where there's big places of grass, which it's pretty inefficient to be cutting that with a 4-footer, a 5-footer, a 6-foot swath. So we did put in the capital budget placeholder for a larger grass cutter, but we haven't done the full analysis as to what is the most efficient use of equipment and what size we should get. Currently, we have a couple contracts for additional grass cutting and grounds maintenance. So there's a couple pieces there. There's, again, the grass cutting, but there's also the weed control and trimming of trees, etc. And they're broken out into 2 contracts. One is for all the cemeteries, and that I think we've included a little bit in the report, but we have say one contract that's in the neighborhood of around $3,800 800, which does all 4 cemeteries, including ours. And then we have another contract that looks after the town grounds. And so then on the town grounds, they do a lot more than just the cutting of the grass. They trim a lot of the trees and look after the and just the general maintenance. So so in a nutshell, yep, we have several areas that are cutting grass. We've never looked at it from a holistic point of view as to what is the best equipment for the work that we have. And that's, so it's not a really good answer, but that's all I got unless Vern wants to add some more.
With the town's civic square, with that contract there, we don't have an applicator, a chemical applicator, licensed chemical applicator on staff. So any weed control, that's part of that contract. As far as our grass cutting on the outside, our mowers are bigger than 5 feet. Even our boulevard mowers are and our open spaces mowers are 6 feet. I don't know. I know the level of service that we, without hiring more staff, can offer for the beautification aspect of cutting grass. We're maxed out in public works. It's just we're having a struggle right now even to get line painting done on time, crack filling, asphalt repair. So to take away another person from public works to do this job is gonna just detriment what we do as a department.
Vern, can you get more summer students to help with that if it was more money, if there was more money in the budget?
Well, we can certainly look at it, but again, you're not getting, sometimes when you're getting summer students, you're not getting qualified people to run equipment, people who have never run equipment in the past. I would be more on the lines of looking at a dedicated temporary staff, if that was the way council chose to go. So he would be dedicated. You can have the ability to operate equipment, that he's just dedicated to taking care of those areas. Plus, we'd still have to hire out the applicator. That's a given. We don't have anybody on staff. We can't legally apply weed control without a license.
And we have, just going back to the summer students, I mean, the STEP program or getting a grant to help cover some of the costs is hit and miss. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't, sometimes it's offered, sometimes
we also access the Métis employment program as well. We have done that in the past. So it's all in who applies and who we can get. Like if we get Indigenous background people, we can qualify for that grant as well, right?
Yeah. Judy?
So why couldn't we train someone on our staff for the weed application?
We can, but
one option.
We can at this point. We don't have anybody. It's about it's a week long, or yeah, I think it's a week long or maybe 2 weeks, where you send somebody, I think it's off the order. And it's a fairly expensive course, but in time you would recover your money. But that's not guaranteed that person's going to stay with you forever.
But we also have ties with the watershed, who is big on trees and weeds and grasses. We also have ties with the county, who has a weed inspector. Like, can we not somehow get these groups together and try and figure something out? And being that I have the floor, I really want to address these cemeteries, that we are cutting cemeteries grass. the congregations or churches that pass the plate around on Sunday morning and people are paying towards their church, why are they not looking after their own cemeteries? Why are the taxpayers and the town cutting their grass?
Well, Judy, I think you were probably on when the one group, we had a delegation come in and asked if we could cut their grass in theirs. And that would have been, I think, about 4 years ago. Just because they basically, they don't have anybody, they don't have the anybody that can really cut it. They were all older, the numbers in the church were down, and it was part of the beautification at the time. And I think that's why council agreed to that particular cemetery. And I think the other part of the argument at that time was it was the only cemetery that we weren't cutting along with it. So council said, yeah, we can add that other one in. But your general question about why are we doing it for any of the churches is it's a bigger question that I don't know why the decision was made, other than you know, supporting those organizations and beautification of the community. Because what happens if those are getting run down?
So that's the way it is. There's a lot of cemeteries in this whole region that you see where the family members go in and they only cut around the other family, their family's graves, or someone just takes it on and cuts it. This is something that we can't absorb, cutting cemetery grass. When they're doing their funeral plans, it's time to start thinking ahead of what the upkeep to this is. I don't remember saying that we would cut their grass. I do remember them asking for town staff and equipment to fix graves, never to cut grass. And using the MD of Smoky River, what they do is they give whoever, they put out an application and they give $500 to apply. Whoever applies that needs help with their cemetery, let's just cut them a check for $500 or whatever we decide, and they can do it that way. I don't believe we should be collecting taxpayers' dollars to support a congregation or a religion that has their own organization.
Just a question with that. What does administration know what other communities do? What's the norm out there for cutting grass at cemeteries? I'm just curious.
Just my personal experience, smaller communities. I just know I had 3 family members that did that exact thing. So it was a volunteer basis, but I'm sure there's a mix out there, but I've never done any type of a service or survey. So I really can't take my knowledge or experience is pretty limited. I don't know if Vern has anything to add, or Rita.
I can just say the same thing that Rod did say, is that there is a mix of communities that do it. If they walk away from the cemetery, the church group walks away from the cemetery, we're going to inherit it anyway to maintain it, because it falls within our jurisdiction.
So that's what would happen if
that was actually going to be my point, is that they.
Oh, okay. So if somebody abandons the cemetery, it gets turned over to the town. That's the protocols. Is that to maintain it?
Well, I guess I think from a legal perspective, you wouldn't because the land is in somebody else's name. I guess then from a legal perspective, it may become unsightly. So then maybe we go in and cut the grass and give the religious organization a bill. So that's, I think that's more the legal process that would occur.
Donna?
The
Oh, well, go Donna and then James.
There we go. Okay, so just out of curiosity, how many times do we cut the cemetery, like for the Catholic, Ukrainian Catholic? The McHugh is ours, the Anglican, and then the whatever the one is on the highway by the MD building. How often do we cut those, Vern?
And what was the price tag was what, I think, Rod, too? What was the price tag? 18 or grand for the you said?
So yeah, so first of all, we don't cut the grass, so it's a contract for all four cemeteries, including ours. And I believe the bill is somewhere around, or the contract's somewhere around 3,900 per month. As far as the number of times that their contractor goes out there, I don't have that with me, but I think it's like similar to our crews where they're out there probably, and maybe Vern, you know more, I'm guessing, because they keep it pretty good. You know, once a week during the spring, and probably later in fall when it's dry, it might be less. But I don't know, Vern, maybe you.
It probably averages out to once a week over the summer, because in the spring he's out there a couple of times a week when the grass is growing fast. So it would probably average out to about once a week in the summertime.
So, and we would go May, June, July, August, and September. Is it usually a 5-month contract?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay, so 5 months times, I'll just round it off to 4,000. It's $20,000. Well, and minus, so let's call it $19,000. Okay, does that answer your question, Donna, or what you were getting at?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, James?
the town cemetery used to actually belong to a church. So the prospect of the town inheriting a graveyard and having to do it anyways is very real. And by placing more onus on the churches to have to come up with this and do it, just increases that risk of us having to do all of the maintenance on it overall. You know, they're gone, and cutting the grass this is minuscule. I think the risk of taking over big cemeteries to me is worth cutting the grass.
Vern, you were about to speak, and I don't know if you had something to add.
Part of that is not just cutting the grass, it's also the applicating of weed control and all of that as well, right?
Okay, Judy?
It's $20,000. We have a long list of capital items we need. We need graders, we need back trucks. Taking on cemetery grass, I can't justify that. I cannot justify that. We need that money to knock some things off of our capital list. We have to recuperate over $1 million in downloading from the government. I don't know how this ever happened, how it got out of control where we are looking after cemeteries. That is a church's responsibility or the family's responsibility. Don't cut the grass. Let it grow up. Someone somewhere is going to take responsibility and cut that grass. Or like I say, make plans now when your loved one is deceased. Do you want to get them cremated, or how do you want to take care of this? How does this become the town's responsibility? I can't fathom that. And we're scrounging here for money, trying to buy stuff we have water lines to repair, we need public works equipment, like I said, graders, back trucks, whatever. But we're going to use this on cutting grass and hiring a contractor to weed control a cemetery. There's many private cemeteries in the area where people look after them.
Sasha, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm hearing two different things. So $20,000, and I just heard $3,800. And also, am I correct in we're maintaining cemeteries where we're cutting grass, and also the churches? Is that true? Are we also cutting, around? Rod shaking his head no. Okay, so it's just the cemeteries.
Yeah,
so why
right.
the 20,000 and why the 3,800? We're contracting it out for 3,800.
month.
Where is Judy getting 20,000?
It's $3,800 per month that we pay for that contract. And it's roughly 5 months.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and one of those is actually ours, and we're responsible for it. So I don't know if we can get off the hook for that one. Even if we said no to it, we'd still have to maintain one of those. So that would be, roughly $1,000 a month to do
Thank
that
you.
one.
Thank you for that, Brian. So I hear you that, one of the organizations approached council in the past and said, look, we don't have the bandwidth, the capacity, aging population, whatever. Previously, in the jurisdiction I was in, we offered a special ratepayer rate for work that any ratepayer, farmer, church organization needed. We did it, but at a discounted rate. Why can't we pass along that cost? We'll do it. We'll take that on. You don't have the bandwidth. You don't have the tools, the manpower. Why can't we charge it back to them? They are a nonprofit organization. They already get breaks on utilities and other, taxes and so forth. Why can't the churches individually absorb that cost?
No, and that's what she's saying, is that it could be passed back along. Yeah, Therese and then John.
Yeah, so I'll just say one thing I just kind of know a little bit from some of the organizations is the fact that they may not even be there anymore, or very limited capacity. There might be some churches aren't even operating that belong to the or fighting to be in existence. A lot of the family members that have people there aren't here anymore. So I really think that it's going to end up coming back anyways. It's just a reality that with a lot of the organizations, they're dwindling. The members are dwindling. It wasn't in the heyday where people had church services and Sundays. Some only have it every once a month. But there's just no members for some of them. And like I say, they're not even, they used to have big associations, meetings, things like that. They don't even do that anymore. Some of the churches are even being turned back over to the main, being sold off actually even. So I just think, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's just going to be difficult. It's difficult now, and I think it'll be difficult in the future. to be able to get organizations or the churches to be doing it. And I think it's just going to be getting worse. I mean, some are flourishing, but majority aren't. So I just think it'll be really tough, and it'll end up coming back regardless.
John?
Has anybody approached, like there used to be a ministerial in the town, so where all faiths were represented, and I'm wondering if anybody has ever had a conversation with the churches about collaborating to come together to care for the cemeteries, because you know, while Teresa has said that some are dying, and she's also identified that some are flourishing. And I think the ones that are flourishing are not in a place where they even know that, you know, there's a possibility to help out with cemeteries, and that this, you know, because there are some churches that, and the reason they're flourishing is because they're community minded, and they host community events to get work done and stuff like that, right? And people are drawn to that. And so I'm just wondering if we as a council or as a town need to approach the churches as a whole and say, would you collaborate with one another in either taking care of the cemeteries or helping one another pay the costs to maintain the cemeteries?
I can say I don't believe that in my time that we've ever had that conversation with the churches. Like I said, the one thing I do know is they did come and ask if we would do the grass cutting in the one. And we have had requests to go in and help do, as Judy mentioned, some of the, you know, the repairs that were needed, lifting up the headstones that had fallen over, that kind of thing. And so we have done that, but I don't think we've ever gone to the churches and said, hey, can we, are you guys interested? Can you do this? Yeah, I don't believe we have. Judy, go.
So, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So when when they go and they buy these plots, where's that money going to? So it's going straight back to the church, and the town is picking up the tab on maintaining them? Either we jack up the price of these plots, or like I'd like to know where that money goes when they buy a plot for their loved ones. Why would they not have a fund set up for upkeep? I know of one cemetery in this town that sends out a yearly bill or reminder. It's a reminder because it's asked for a donation for the upkeep of their loved one's grave. So where is this money going? These organizations are collecting money from family members and selling plots, but they're not upkeeping their graveyards?
So I can't comment on the private ones. So the municipal one, actually last year, the fee on a plot actually increased. And the reason for that increase was to do exactly what you're saying, attempting to develop some type of a fund to continue on with maintenance. But I guess the good thing is there's not a lot of demand for plots. I mean, so there hasn't been, you know, there isn't much there. But that's what we attempted to move in our user pay model last year. So again, I don't know how many plots we actually sold this year, but some are pre-sold. So we're in it pretty deep already as far as, you know, the plot price was pretty nominal before. I think there was maybe I think an additional $1,000 or something was added on to it in an attempt to do exactly what you're saying. But yeah, that just started with our organization year ago. So I'm not sure what other organizations are doing in town.
So maybe we need to ask these organizations when they're selling these plots to these graveyards, where's that money going?
Okay, I mean, we obviously don't have all of the information from the private ones, and we can go over this for a long time, but what would be the next steps just regarding this specific issue of the churches and the graveyards would be to, John, do you know if there's that group that you'd mentioned gets together with all of the different ones?
No, I believe that the ministerial has folded, but I'm wondering, like, I would be willing to take on that task of connecting with all the different faiths and saying, can we create a ministerial or create a group that comes together and talks? Because I think that part of this conversation needs to go back to the church, right? And the church as a whole, not just one church, right? But the church as a whole, where they can talk about this is an issue. How can we better be involved in our community and address this issue, right? So just a thought.
No, I think that would be a good question. And like, I had no idea what Judy is saying. If the churches are asking for donations to maintain the plots to families and then we're doing the maintenance, that doesn't seem right either. And I don't know if that's happening or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. Like I said, where my parents are buried in the Heart River Cemetery, it's families that take care of that. And yeah, so I hear where Judy's coming from and thinking that it's a opportunity for churches to come together and help address something that's happening in our community, because we are lacking in funds, and would give them an opportunity to build community within their organizations. So,
okay, Donna, did you have your hand up?
I did.
Okay.
I think this is a conversation that we need to have with the churches, because they may not, it's been, I think, a long-standing practice. Some of the churches may not be aware of the costs and the issues that we're having. So it's a conversation that we need to have with all of them. Maybe they can come forward with a plan to augment the mowing or cover some of the costs incurred by the town. But it's a conversation that I think needs to happen with all of the churches, and just see what suggestions they have, and see what see what their thoughts are, and go from there.
Yeah, I would agree, and yeah, it doesn't hurt to have those discussions. And John, you were saying you could start those off and see where we're at and bring it back. So at this point, I think, from a budget perspective, we need to, maybe we can keep it in, but we can remove some of that contract if we find a way to not be responsible for those as we move forward. Hopefully we can take it out. Judy?
So are we going to talk about cutting residence boulevards?
Yeah, we can move on to that.
maybe your worship, if I could just like break it into segments, and maybe because I agree with, just to finish up this piece of it, I agree that we should keep it in the budget, just like, because who knows what can happen, but maybe we make a motion just so we don't lose track of it, and something like the council enter into discussions with the religious entities to seek opportunities to maintain the cemeteries, and that way then we've got something that's, you know, out there that we can follow up on. Would that be okay?
Yeah, it would be. I guess, like I said, our procedure when we're doing this, we've got a motion on the floor right now.
Oh, jeez.
You know, we're doing
okay.
that. And it doesn't really fit when we're doing budget discussions to do our normal process, but I did make the motion just to get the discussion going.
Yeah, I apologize. Maybe what I'll do is I'll document it, and then maybe at the end we can, just so we have a record of it so that we can move forward. So apologize for that. Yep.
Yeah, it would be good if you can keep a record, and then we can go through it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So then we can move on to the next agenda item, which is and I know it is cutting the grass on the boulevards. And related to that, because I know our previous council had a discussion about, at the same time, with cutting the grass on the boulevards and shoveling or clearing the sidewalks in the winter in front of the residents. We had that discussion with our last council. And if I remember right, and perhaps Vern or Rod, you can help me, what was the dollar figure to do the boulevard lawn cutting and the snow clearing for a year?
It wasn't a lot. Maybe I could try to find it, but maybe Vern, your memory is better than mine. I believe it was under 10,000. Vern, do you recall?
It was about 15,000 per 4 sidewalks in the wintertime, and about 15,000 for sidewalk or mowing of grass in the summer, because we do have a substantial area that is municipally owned properties that we also do, right?
Yeah, and Vern, one of the things that I always wondered about is what happens with some of those, you know, there's properties in town that have a boulevard or, you know, is that their responsibility, like along, you know, Silverwood Crescent here, you go along and there's some houses that have a boulevard alongside the road. Some people maintain it, and I know that I've seen the town cutting it for some other people. What's the?
Well, it's whether they maintain that public section or not. If it what is deemed public section, if they don't maintain it, we go in and cut it.
No, okay.
There are some people that do not cut outside their fence.
Yeah. The other, just out of curiosity, I'm thinking of that we have the walkway that goes up towards the college, and the college owns the land, and there's that ditch going to the road. Mm-hmm. That would be owned, or I guess that's, I know the college doesn't necessarily do it, but would they be on the hook for doing it? And I'm just thinking of them as a business.
That's where we had the struggle last time we had these conversations, because are we going to hold the people in the industrial area and that typical thing where they won't have just a regular mower that can go down and do that. And that's, we've maintained those ditches as part of our drainage system, right?
Yeah, that's what yeah. So what would be the value of just the residential properties and grass cutting versus the industrial or commercial area that we help to maintain?
Well, that was the $15,000.
Oh, that's just residential? Not
yeah,
the residential.
we had broken down before. We have broken down the industrial portion as well as out of that for summer maintenance.
Okay. All right, thoughts? Judy?
So there's another 15,000 that can go towards our new vac truck or used vac truck, another capital item. It seems to me that Hyperia is the only town that cuts people's lawns for them. The boulevard is part of the homeowner's responsibility. Be it our water lines or whatever may run there, it's still the homeowner's responsibility to maintain that. In towns and cities, they maintain them or they hire the contractor. Why is the town hiring a contractor to cut someone's lawn? I can't get that.
Okay, Vern had your hand up.
As far as water and sewer lines, they only maintain them to the property line, not to the main. And we don't hire a contractor to maintain the boulevards. We do that ourselves.
But that's just it. We are the contractor to that homeowner.
Yeah.
We are cutting the homeowner's lawn for them.
Well, it's actually owned by the town. Those boulevards are owned by the town, not by the homeowner. So it is the town's land, and then we would be asking people to clear or to cut town-owned property, not their own property. That's why I think it's been done in the past.
Yes, it's been a past practice, but times have changed. The dollars are not there anymore. Again, this is a luxury that we could offer. We can't offer that luxury anymore. We have to seriously look at how are we going to recoup $1 million that the government has cut from us. And if we keep doing this, if we keep cutting people's lawns, cutting cemeteries, further down in this package, we're looking for a tax increase. So we're just going to keep going with all these luxuries and taxing people who are already in financial problems. We have to make these cuts.
Okay, others? John or James, sorry.
We're not cutting people's lawns. We're cutting our own lawns. We can't ask people to cut town property. You just can't. People maintain their own lawns, and we maintain ours. And when it comes to the snow removal part of it, I might as well jump in on this now. We have, by and large, an aging population, and we can't expect them to go out and clear some of this really heavy snow that comes down. Yes, I know they do it in cities and whatnot. We're not a city. We're a small town, and one of the things that I'm most proud of in this town is our snow removal and the fact that our public works guys, they do a hell of a job. And you know, to ask a 70 or 80-year-old person to go out and clear some of that heavy snow, no, that's unreasonable, especially since it's something that we have done and done quite well for a long time. And if we start asking people to maintain our property, what message is that sending?
Okay, John?
I'm just wondering, Rod, is there potential for liability if people are cutting lawns or doing work on town land and they get injured? Is there the possibility of liability there?
So I think the liability is actually the reverse, if I heard you correctly. So the vast majority of municipalities do not cut boulevard grass. They go to some areas they do. Obviously, if we have a park and there's a boulevard in front of our property or the town office, absolutely, that's us. Most, I don't know what percentage is, but it is close to 100%, far in excess of 90%. The actual property owner is responsible for shoveling the snow, and if they have a boulevard in front of, well, everybody has a boulevard in front of the town owns land, 10 feet or so, or 15 feet from the road. So everybody has some grass that they would be ultimately responsible for. That's done in, say, most municipalities. So we are the ones that actually absorb the liability, in a sense that if we do not, if we're taking control of the snow clearing, it's not done to a certain standard, we're the ones taking it. If you allow the individual to do their own sidewalks, their insurance would be covering them if there was a trip or fall.
Okay.
Rita and then Donna.
I just want to add to Rod's comments. So when we're cutting grass on the boulevard, and if our mower flings a rock into a truck or on their boulevard, we're the one taking on that added liability. So there's snow removal, there's grass cutting liability. I've not heard of the liability of them cutting on our grass, like on the boulevard. There is limited liability there if they're on there cutting the grass. If they fling a rock at their own, then they're not going to sue themselves, right?
And we have on the lawn cutting, we have damaged a couple vehicles, so that it is something that occurs. It's not often, but it's something that does occur. Thanks, Rita.
Donna?
I understand where Councillor Stenhouse is coming from. Money's tight. We need to look at trying to reduce some of our costs. But I also agree with Councillor Wakel in the sense that if we look at our population is elderly and aging. The service of doing the boulevards and the clearing of the sidewalks, for the amount that it costs us, 15,000 is somewhat of a paltry sum. And again, it's our population is elderly. They can't do that anymore. They can't shovel the sidewalks. They can't mow. Maybe they could hire a kid to mow for them. I'm not sure, but that might not be an option for people. I mean, this is sort of I kind of look at that as a somewhat goodwill gesture to our citizens. Yes, it's a cost, but I think it's a cost that allows our town to look clean, welcoming, and inviting, because it's manicured and mowed. It's not overgrown. And again, I understand completely where Councillor Stenhouse is coming from on this issue. This is a tough budget because we really have to look at the costs we're incurring, because our finances are becoming limited, and slowly over time, with every water break and equipment break and whatever, our finances are becoming depleted. So I completely understand where Councillor Stenhouse is coming from, but I I look at this as a goodwill gesture to our citizens, and the look of the town is enhanced by, it looks clean, it looks manicured, it looks welcoming.
Well, I'll see if anybody else wants to speak first, Judy. Okay, because some haven't had a chance to speak yet. Therese?
Yeah, I kind of second that. It's not easy. I just know myself. The sidewalks are very rough. Like they're so rough that if I was having to shovel the main one, I would be wanting to put something in as a request that it's got to be paved or so, it's got to be redone, because I could kill myself and have a heart attack trying to myself. I can, and I don't consider myself elderly, but it's not easy because they're very cracked up. Not easy to push a shovel. I know a lot of my neighbors are older as well. It'd be quite difficult. Some have actually quite a bit of sidewalk, or would have a lot more than others. The grass cutting, I know it's there's a lot of whatever you want to call it in there, that ring, I call it ring rot, whatever it is, has been transferred. When I have cut the boulevard, it's been transferred to my lawn, and now I've got a problem on my own lawn. So others I know in the neighborhood were running into the same things. So it's then it starts detrimental to my personal property, because I'm carrying it from my lawnmower from the boulevard onto my own property. Then you're dealing with it on your own property. So when the snow goes whizzing by in 2 seconds, it's done. Yeah, maybe a little bit of luxury. It's a lot less stress on residences, on people. The grass cutting, maybe not so much, but it like I say, it does carry that onto your own property. So yeah, I think it would be a burden, maybe a little bit of a luxury, but it is a burden in the budget. But I think a lot of people are very proud of that in their town, that the town does that. And I've heard people talk about that lots, about, wow, they don't take it for granted. They very, very much appreciate it. So I think it's a very positive reflection on the town as well.
Okay, and we haven't heard from Sasha. I think is the only one that hasn't spoke on this, so give you your chance.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking that we're going to have to get aggressive on the budget. So if we, it's almost like I wish we could go through the items, kind of prioritize them, right? Because this 15,000 is going to come from somewhere else. And we talk about giving and I agree. I hear all of the things about pride, taking care of our citizen base. I get all that. So if we keep this in the budget, then if we also want to keep an eye to keeping taxes, not increasing them, then it's going to come from somewhere. So, let's keep this in the budget, and then we're going to have to go somewhere else and get aggressive. So for me, it's just a tug of war and a toss up between what other thing we're going to get more aggressive on. And in the interest of time, I think maybe we set a limit of time for each item, so we don't sit here for an hour with one thing. And then, if we need to come back, we can always say, look, we had 15,000 there. What do you guys think? I mean, are we softer now toward going back to that 15 grand? But I think that there needs to be, let's say, some set time, 15 minutes for each item or something to keep this rolling along. Otherwise, we'll go into 2 Saturdays. My 2 cents.
Thanks for that. And it's just interesting. I was talking with Slave Lake, and Tyler Warman is the mayor down there, and they're spending 70 to 80 hours going over their budget. So they've spent many Saturdays working through it. I see Rod show. Yeah, the head hurts when you hear that, hey? But they have literally been spending a lot of time on their budget. And I think they're, newer council, or a mix of a lot of new ones. So they're having a lot of these discussions that go over again. So yeah, it's good to have these discussions. They definitely do take time. So where I'm just sitting here wondering about how we deal with this one, because we've got, you know, I'm hearing some mixed things. Do we put it to a vote, or do we just leave this on the back burner as a potential area that we may want to revisit? Where do we go from here on this one?
Well, I guess it's somewhat going to cause a problem. And really what we need to do is we got to change our organization bylaw, our procedures bylaw, because you should be able to relax some municipalities in your budget process. You relax some of your protocols just for this exact reason. Yeah, you shouldn't follow the same protocol. It doesn't work, because at the end of the day, if we go through the other 8 and we have no conclusions, the motion's going to occur and we're just going to be spinning for another hour. I mean, it'd be nice to see if maybe a soft show of hands, like not an official vote, but just whether this is going to be like where it's going to go, unless at the end of the day we finish the discussion here and then somebody can make a motion after at the end to say, you know, we're going forward or not. But I don't think I want to go in. I don't think it's efficient to actually go into a ton of discussion again. So maybe we keep a motion in the back of our head if somebody wants to make it towards the end, because I think the mayor, you're going to likely rescind your motion and we'll start going through some additional motions to deal with each of these items. So I guess we can leave it, and at the end, you know, make a motion unless you rescind yours and we deal with this one. That's probably, I mean, that's another way, is to rescind your motion, do this one, and then make a motion to talk about what the next one is. The next topic is recycling. That we make a motion to talk about recycling.
I think that makes a lot more sense, is just to deal with some of these and make some motions to clean them up and be done with them and moving on, right? Because otherwise they're still hanging out there and trying to clean them up afterwards.
I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
So I think the process
we're
is
doing. Yeah, I mean, it's a slight variance from what we've traditionally done. Does anybody have a big issue with changing for our budget discussion, our protocols and our process? I don't see anybody. I see shaking heads. Okay, so let's do that. It does make more sense. We'll start, I'll rescind my motion to receive this for information. And so we'll go on to, I'd like to deal with these 2 issues separately. The one is the grass cutting on the boulevards, and one of them is the snow removal, just because there is a difference there, I believe. So do we have a motion on the grass cutting? Judy?
I make a motion that the town of High Prairie discontinue cutting of boulevards in front of personal properties.
Residential.
Residential, right.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, this is about a $15,000 savings. Is that what I've heard? Roughly? Somewhere in that neighborhood, right?
I believe that's what Vern's indicated.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Vern, you were on again, Sasha.
He said that.
Another point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, this is isn't this town of High Prairie's Boulevard, even though it's in front of a residence, is that correct?
Correct. There would be the boulevards in front of your resident. Yeah. We've gone over this quite a bit. So I think, does anybody else want to speak on this before we vote?
I just want to make one comment.
Okay.
That going back to what Donna said, that like we have aging population and some people can't afford it. I think it would be a lot cheaper to hire a student for $15 than to raise their taxes $200.
Okay.
Because if we keep this service in, we have to raise taxes.
Okay. So we've got the motion. All in favor? I would go with that. All right, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2. Okay, so that motion passes. Any motion on snow removal or shoveling of the walks in front? Oh, I see Rita's she's got a concern there.
You had asked to do the cemetery separate to the.
No, the snow, okay, we can do the cemeteries different because we were going to follow up on that one, but we can make a motion after.
Rod had already prepared the motion, so I don't know if you want to deal with it now and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we'll do the sidewalk issue because it's very related to the grass cutting on the boulevard. And then we can go to the cemetery one and clean that one up. So I'll make a motion that the town continue to remove the snow from the sidewalks. And I'm making that motion because I do agree with what Therese says, is that it is such a rough sidewalks in so much of our town. If your sidewalk is good, it's not a problem. But if it isn't good, it would be terrible to try to do those. So from my perspective, I like the idea that it goes over. I mean, in front of my house, I do shovel my walk, and it's a great sidewalk. But I know in many other parts of town, it's a terrible sidewalk. Not just poor, but terrible, and something that we should be repairing at some point. So that's my motion.
Maybe just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, so that's all sidewalks, that's in residential and commercial.
Correct. Yeah. Judy?
So if we cut out clearing the snow for a couple years, could we not save enough money to replace these crumbling sidewalks and get real nice wide sidewalks throughout the town?
The answer, it would take far more than a couple of years at $15,000 a year to replace these sidewalks. I mean, one sidewalk, I don't know what it would cost, but we're talking $100,000.
Sidewalks are expensive.
Yeah, they're expensive.
So how will we ever get money to replace these sidewalks?
John?
Yeah, I just want to follow up with agreeing with Brian, because there's nothing worse than a shovel punch to the gut, right? When you're shoveling and you hit one of those cracks and that shovel goes into your stomach or pulls your muscle when you're from the arm that you're pushing with, there, it's crazy. So I agree with the shoveling just for general population's health. So
yeah. Okay, any other comments on this one? Seeing none, all in favor?
just so I'm clear, this is to continue?
To continue, yes, to continue. Okay, opposed? All right, that motion was carried. So we had the motion regarding the cemeteries. Did somebody want, go ahead, Rod?
Yeah, so if somebody said something like that council enter into discussion with the religious entities to seek opportunities to maintain the cemeteries.
Okay, who would like to make that motion? John's making that motion. All in favor? Okay, it's carried. All right, we'll move on to recycling. What was that about? Can anybody, or do you remember?
Are you going to make a motion on the tax penalties since we're going off the checklist?
No, it's not required because
Oh,
we've included it in the budget. And yeah, so it's already included in the budget. You will have an opportunity to approve it when we bring forward the tax rate bylaw in April.
So recycling, what was that about?
I think what we wanted to do here, and I think this was Judy's idea too, mine as well. How much of our recycling is actually recycled and how much of it just ends up in a different dump? Because we've all seen the news where, oh yeah, we're all doing the right thing on our end, we're recycling, and then it ends up in a great big bundle over in the Philippines or another poorer country. They were buying our garbage. So I think, Judy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was kind of the gist of what you wanted to find out.
Yes, we're charging our residents for these recycle bins, and we're paying top dollar to haul it to Slave Lake to throw into their dump. Why are we not using our own dump? And let's get clarification on what really is being recycled. I think we are presenting, well, not we as the town, but the government, a false impression of what recycling is all about. And it's costing our town public works is out there cleaning around those bins almost weekly.
Okay, well, maybe we can check in with Vern and see if he knows what happens with the recycling that gets picked up, just for clarification, if you happen to know.
I can only say that the glass is not being recycled. But we have been told by the contractor that the cardboard, plastics, and all that goes to a facility in Edmonton to be sorted. And I'm not a piece of garbage, so I've never took a trip on the truck, so I can't prove that one way or the other.
Yeah. Okay, so everything is being recycled except the glass at this point, is to your knowledge. Okay, does that answer your question, Judy?
Yeah, I know that statement has been said for many years. Unfortunately, yeah, I have a hard time believing it. And knowing from other, I don't know how to say this. Knowing other businesses, I guess you would say, everything goes into the dumpster. All their cardboard, because they said there's no money in cardboard. They don't recycle cardboard. They're not paying the recycle fees for cardboard. So their business dumpster is full of cardboard because they also know the facts that there's no money in recycling cardboard.
So
This is a
we've
hard
got,
discussion to have.
you've got one company saying that it is getting recycled. You've heard from somebody else that it's not being recycled. So I guess we don't know I mean, like I said, you got one side, the company that's recycling us says they're doing it. You've heard somebody else say that they're not doing it. I don't know where to go with that other than to do some more research to try and find out. But
So I think that's what I'd suggest, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I just have to go for a couple of minutes, but this recycling thing, I've seen conflicting reports as well. Maybe it's as simple as asking administration to go back to just get some clarity on where the material is going, whether it is being recycling, and then a decision can be made. So again, my suggestion right now is to keep the funding in the budget. And then I think there's also a side piece to this whole thing. So even though if we find out, let's just say something, glass is out there, is not being recycled right now because the market is not that good. Maybe it is still a good thing from perspective of keeping in the habit. I've heard that piece out there as well. But right now, I think there's some speculation, although I think glass is one that the market has dried up. But maybe just for now, we can direct it back to administration. We can go back and talk to our people and see where it's at and make a decision with the information, with accurate information. Unless, sorry, Vern had some more. I'm not sure Vern had more to provide, but.
yeah, I guess I'm just wondering what I'm hearing is that the contractor that we're dealing is saying one thing, and Judy's hearing something else from somebody, so how do we get the definitive answer? Is there a way to get something a little more definitive? Oh, I see James has got his hand up. He might have an answer.
In the olden days, we used to be part of an organization called Northern Care that evolved into Alberta Care. I don't know if we still are. It might be something through the Waste Management Authority. John, I think that's your committee. It's a question you can ask there. See if we're still a member of that. That's a place to start as far as finding out information on recycling. Alberta Care was not only municipalities, but it was also waste management authorities and recyclers that were a part of it. And I can tell you from being on that committee and board in the past that glass has never been recycled properly. It's just too cheap to make glass, so it's never been recycled the way you think it might be. Once you're done with a bottle or a jar, it's done. The rest of it, well, people were stockpiling cardboard for a while because it did peak at one point and people were literally diving into dumpsters to get it. But that market crashed pretty hard. Whether or not it's where that's at, I don't know, but check with Alberta Care and see what information they might have as far as the efficiency of recycling.
Yeah, and that might be another good source. Like I think our waste authority might know some more about it because they look at some of that stuff too. So we can check in with them and see if we can get some more information. So I think that's where we're really at with this one, is just maybe a motion. Now, would this be to administration to get some more information?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe we could, because the waste, Big Lakes, I think, kind of spearheads that whole committee. So it's something I could touch base with him on and potentially put an RFD together. Or, yeah, you can direct it to us, and we'll figure out the best way to get the information to you. So,
Okay, who would like to make that motion?
something like that. That administration be directed to research the current recycling practices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I'll make that motion.
all right. All in favor? It's carried. All right. We'll do one more and then take a break. Talk about victim services. And
So this one we'd actually like to deal with in the RFD. So 4.2. Within 4.2, we're talking about all the donations and sponsorships. So it might be easier to deal with that one at that time. So it was, we're showing you that was on the list, but we put it together with a bigger comprehensive report.
okay, so we'll do that at 4.2. Okay. So talk about local intel.
Yeah, so especially for the newer counselors, the story on this is approximately 3 years ago, give or take some time here, give me some leeway. There was an initiative to promote the town of High Prairie and chamber and attracting businesses. So what did occur was we hired a consultant to assist us, and if you go into our website, there is a place that provides a lot of statistical information, things like the unemployment rate and CPI, or not CPI, but a bunch of information that's relevant to businesses that may assist them in determining whether they'll come to our markets and what the demographics are, to see if their product would mesh with that. So it's basically a lot of information that's gathered from various sources, mostly StatsCan. And this company updates this information for us when new information becomes available. And it'll likely get a big refresh once the new census data is compiled with StatsCan, and they put in this whole format. So this company that looks after this for us in the first couple of years was maybe a kind of a freebie type thing, but now it costs us something. So it was debated last year whether the town should continue with this service. We provided statistics on the number of hits that went to this area of the website. We provided all that information to council. There was definitely not a lot of hits, but it's difficult to determine whether the information was, again, useful to businesses or not. But it is, I guess, a presence on our website that provides commerce with the ability to extract some data on High Prairie. So last year, the company that's doing this for us, or updating information for us, gave it to us at a reduced rate. I believe it was somewhere around $1,500, because we indicated, it's COVID year and finances, all that type of thing. So they agreed to give it to us on a reduced rate, on the condition though that it would increase about June or of this upcoming year. So council wanted to determine or try to get some feedback from our business community on whether that information assisted them in maybe locating here or in any of their practices. So that's why I think this item got put on, because it will be a budget increase that is incorporated in the budget to continue with that service. And I think the full price, and Rita, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the price will be going up an additional $1,500 or so. No, okay, help me out, Rita. $2,000, thank you. To I guess acquire those statistics. So this is where that's at.
I'll show everybody, I'll just share a screen. I went to it and I'll just bring it up so people can see it. And are you guys able to see that? Oh, okay. it took a little while.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the site. And again, we did implement this a few years ago with the intent of we don't do much for economic development in the community or in the town. And this was one way of just having some information that if you're doing a business plan, you would want to have so that you can, put a business plan together. So if I look in here and I want to find out about the business and investment climate, you can click on it and it will have some data for you to look at. Eventually it'll come up.
So the total cost of this then is going to be what, $3,500, $4,500? Am I understanding that correctly?
$2,000, Rita? Is that what you said? You're on mute, Rita.
It is currently 1,200 and it will be 2,000 in June, I believe.
For $2,000, I think this is important information. Like you said, we don't have a economic development officer, and $2,000 is a small price to pay to have this information at somebody's fingertips.
This is some of this, like this how-to is very generic business plan information that really doesn't apply to our town, right? Like how to start a business, pick a location, those are very generic. The map idea is you can get some information on, where the people, like household income in different colors and different parts of the, I think it's all generally one color here. Oh, we got two different age groups.
So
But anyway.
when we reviewed it after a year, there was 10 hits on it. And out of those 10, I think 6 of them were the counselors. That's how many people were using this.
It's something that we have to promote. If people don't know that it's there, then clearly they're not going to use it. So you have to let people know that it's there. It has to be, you got to be vocal. This is why with my job, I'm almost annoying to the point of how many times I go on promoting stuff, and I still get people coming in, oh gosh, you're open? No kidding. So it's something that we need to promote. If we haven't promoted this at all, if we haven't let people know that this is available, then yeah, you're not going to get a lot of hits. So we need to figure out how we can promote this, and especially since we got a census information that's about to drop on here, that's important information to have on there. Plus the fact that we are, knock on wood, about to have some serious development in our community with the coming of hopefully 2 major fast food chains. So I'm saying we have to at least give this another year or two to try it. And if the cost, Rita, you said it's $2,000, is that right? That's nothing for what we have here. If we promote it, we have to promote this somehow.
Okay, so that's it. We don't know the usage stats for this particular year, but that's the site. It's a little bit of information on economic development that a company may or may not use. We don't really know if anybody's using it. We had, I was talking with Rod the other day, and we were saying we were hoping to go out. We have about 4 new businesses in town. And when we go out we usually with new businesses, we'll take them some flowers and say, thank you, for starting up in High Prairie. And I was going to ask them if they knew about this site, if they use the site, just get some feedback from them. I don't know if anybody's actually used it. James, do you know if Tomato Boy used this in their decision? Probably not, because they're so familiar with the community already. Probably didn't, but
I'm leaning towards probably not, and I'm also leaning towards probably doesn't know it's there.
Mhm.
Like I said, this is the first I've heard of this.
Okay. John?
Sorry. Do we have a link on our town site to this?
Yeah, did you see how I got there when I was
Yeah.
sharing?
Okay.
You just scroll down on the home page and then there's a link to economic development. And when you click on it, it'll take you to that page.
So, and do we have it linked anywhere else, like with, different possible agencies that are around starting businesses and stuff?
So one of the ideas was, so the first thing is we put it on 2 places in our website. So the mayor is correct in starting economic development, but we also have it under the tab starting a business. We expanded it to put in 2 places. It was last year to try to get the word out there. I know there was talk of chatting with the Chamber of Commerce, because that's where a lot of times businesses talk and that type of thing, but that is the chamber. We're unsure of the status. I know I did talk to the, current president of the chamber in the summer, also September, wondering if they were going to get started up again, and say that I haven't chatted with the individual for now, since September, because then there was the election and that type of thing. And so they said they were going to get it up and running. That was September, but I have not heard a thing. We do know that the office is in town hall here, and there's been, at least to my understanding, there's been no traffic there for at least, I don't think, 1 visit since I've been here. So I think there's definitely some more ways of getting some of this out there, but there hasn't been a huge concentrated effort. So I don't think there's a ton of folks out there that know the information's there.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering, we should make a motion on whether or not I guess it's in the budget now. And so unless somebody really feels strongly about making a motion to take it out, then it would just be left in there, or do you need a motion to leave it in just for clarification? Rod? No, okay. Judy? Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to remove this item from the budget, as we've had it there for 2 years and we keep saying, we'll leave it 1 more year and see what happens. We'll leave it 1 more year and see what happens. Nobody's using it. No one knows about it. We are in partnership with Big Lakes County on promoting our town. We are promoting our town. This is another savings where it's not much, but it all adds up at the end of the day. So I'd like to make a motion to remove this from the budget item and reallocate that money to somewhere.
Well, let's just leave it at that, not where we would put it. Let's just remove it from the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think I got that that the local intel costs be removed from the 2022 budget. Is that what you said, Judy? Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions before we vote? Sasha?
Thank you. So I'd like to know about the updates. I mean, like you pointed out, Mr. Mayor, there's a lot of the preliminary information is generic. Has anyone actually seen it being updated, or is this company just taking an easy $1,000 a month or a year to just keep the same? And there's not really a refresh. Is there a refresh? Have we noticed a refresh, Rod or?
So
Oh, go ahead, Rod.
so certainly some of the information is dated, but the company does have several municipalities that they do the information for. So what they've basically done is they work through the back door of provincial information and federal information. And so when certain things do come out, they do update it. I do know that they said, at this stage, there's not a ton of stuff that gets updated, but they did indicate to me last year, like with census, then it is a big refresh. So it's not a ton of updating, but they do. One of the other things they do is they send us an email, like they are a legitimate company. They send various emails once in a while that maybe some of that information can also be put on our website. But so short answer, yes, they update some, but definitely some of it is dated.
And following that, so let's say we decide, okay, we'll end the service with whatever the company, Intel company. Will that information still stay? Do we own that, or does it go away? Oh, so the entire link is gone. Because I was going to suggest just okay, that answers it. Okay.
When you go into it, you'll notice that it's actually even different fonts and all that type of stuff. So they've just they just tied it in somehow, and it would vanish.
Okay. Any other questions before we vote?
Can we just repeat what that motion is again?
I think what I have is that the local Intel costs be removed from the 2022 budget.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing none. All in favor? All right. Opposed? Okay, that motion is defeated. All right, everybody ready for a little bit of a break here? Or do you want to keep pushing through?
Whether or not you have an official break, I'm taking one because bio break.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Okay, let's take 10 minutes and we'll come back. Oh, I got to get used. I come back and everybody's in a new place on my screen now. Everybody's just moved around. Getting used to where everybody is again.
Left artwork for everybody to admire while I was gone.
Yeah, it's like coming into council chamber and everybody's in a new seat. Just looks different now.
So we're probably going to do that to you now just to mess with you. You're the only one that has to sit where you're at. The rest of us, we can just move around.
Just making that change will just throw me off. Yeah.
I'm still where I was at.
Yeah.
I haven't moved.
Yeah.
Your picture has, Vern.
Yeah.
Oh, not on my screen. I'm still scenting.
Yeah.
So off topic, well, while we were having the meeting, my phone was ringing. There's a tsunami warning for the West Vancouver, for West Vancouver.
Oh, really? Well, I heard there was a
Yeah.
big volcanic eruption that caused a bit of tsunami. I'm not sure where, but I thought it was quite a ways away because it was impacting New Zealand and it might hit Australia, but
Yeah, no, it's coming towards the west coast of Vancouver.
Might be about 2 feet of storm surge by the time it gets there.
The Weather Channel says prediction of an 18-foot wave coming in.
So that's clearly worst case scenario. I'm willing to bet it will be a lot less than that.
isn't that
This makes
great?
me sad.
Yeah.
Is anyone else getting these messages that your connection is unstable? Or is it just me?
No, I'm getting it too, but it's because we live in High Prairie, home of StubbleNet.
Yeah, I was losing the audio a little bit. So I was like, that's why I had to ask for the repeat of that motion, because the one previous to that, I had a hard time hearing that. Or it was breaking off for me. It seems a little bit better now. I kind of moved things around here, so I'm hoping it'll be better.
Yeah, I know in the evenings we seem to have more problems than we're having so far, but yeah, you always have some issues, that's for sure. Oh, I forgot to pause the recording when we took our break. So who's ever watching this afterwards is going to see a blank screen for 10, 15 minutes there.
They got to see my artwork.
That's right, yeah. Well, and I was glad you turned your camera off, James, so they couldn't see you walk away from the camera, that's all.
I didn't turn the camera off. I just pointed it at the couch and put a piece of art there for people to look at. That's all I did.
Yeah. All right, we're waiting on Rod and Rita, and then we'll get going. Oh, there's Rita. She's back.
Trees
Getting a
has
snack in, yeah.
persistent.
So we need to get her to speak right about now. Oh.
Yeah, we need to ask her. So how's everything?
Yeah.
How's the service? How's it taking?
If you ask the cat how the service is, they're always going to say that they're hard done by, that they're starving to death, that they're being neglected, and that nobody loves them, despite the fact that their water dish is full, their food dish is full, and you're holding them, petting them, and they're purring. This is the life of a cat.
Yeah. Well, and the cat's just outside the screen of Teresa. You can see her tail come up and down.
Oh, I think Rod was talking with the good Lord there, because it was all white light there. Were you talking with Jesus there, Rod?
Yeah.
Did you ask him to step out?
I was pleading to let this end.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll move on to doctors' housing. And perhaps you can lead us through that, Rod. I can't remember what we allocated for doctors' housing and where we're at.
Yeah, so your worship, within our budget, we have $5,000 allocated. We had the opportunity to get an update from the regional health group that is attempting to attract doctors, and they've indicated to us that they're hopeful that 3 more doctors will locate to the region within probably late spring, summer of 2022. If that were to occur, and according to the ICF that we've entered into with Big Lakes, basically what the ICF says is that we would pay up to 6 months of rent for a physician that locates to the region. So if you do the math, what that could potentially mean, depending what kind of house they rent, but I assume it would likely be a larger one. That's my guess. If you just put a round number of $2,000 on it, like that may be wrong, but if it's a nicer house, you maybe get to that amount. You're talking 12,000 times 3, it's 36,000. So it could potentially be a hit of approximately 18,000. Again, that's if all 3 arrived and all 3 took us up on the opportunity. So it would be underfunded by about 13,000. But I do know some doctors do not take advantage of that opportunity. And so that's where we're at.
And it is cost shared with the county. That's the other thing.
That's correct.
It's 50-50, yeah.
That's right. So sorry, yeah, you could divide that by 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
It'd still be underfunded by about half.
I will just comment on that, and I mentioned last meeting that there is a new doctor looking to coming into town, and I've been dealing with him or helping him to look at accommodations. And in fact, I just got to remember my wife's going to go and look at one for him. It's going to sort of FaceTime around the place at 1 o'clock today, just so that he can see it a little bit to make sure it's going to work for him. And that one's around, I think, $1,200 a month. I don't know if he's going to take it or not, but so it would be $600 for us. But I do know that for some of the doctors, it's been a nice attraction tool, because they're just starting out. They don't have any money. This is a nice way for them to get their foot in the community. So in my opinion, and being able to get the doctors, it is worth it if we can get a doctor for that price. But that's my opinion. I think it's and it's so competitive to getting doctors out there. The more that we can offer and attract them, I think is better. But that's my thoughts. Other people's opinions? James?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Brian. On all the points, when people think doctors make lots of money, and ultimately they do, but when they're first starting out, they are broke, because they've got umpteen years of school loans to pay back. Then there's they don't get paid that much to start out with. And when you consider the costs that they've incurred, and when you consider the cost of not having a doctor in our community, this is something that we have to keep in our budget. Ultimately, it's why the town had at one point actually purchased a house and had that for doctors to use, and it was made use of. Not like it wasn't occupied 100% of the time, but it was occupied. So,
John?
I know we talked about this, so just excuse my lack of memory. Is there, are there conditions attached to that money or no?
What are you referring to? What kind of conditions?
So if we give them the money, the $5,000 or whatever, are they committed to a length of stay?
No, I mean, in the bottom line is they could leave when they sign with Alberta Health and come to the community. They are signing I believe it's a 3-year commitment to stay here, a minimum of 3 years. But I mean, even with Alberta Health Services, if they choose to leave, they can't hold them there, right? So yeah, we don't have any guarantees that they're going to stay here for any length of time. But if they do, it's usually 3 years that they commit to. Okay. And you're over 50, so any memory lapses are totally acceptable.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's what I use all the time anyways. Hey, I got free pass on that. Okay, but I guess with Rod, your question is, you know, we may need to put in a little bit more if we're getting 3 doctors coming in this year, which is, I guess, more than we normally get in a given year. But yeah, I think we're going to probably, there's a good potential for needing more money than that. We may need to, instead of 5,000, 15,000 in there, I'm thinking. But Judy's got her hand up.
So when you say doctor, are we talking a general physician? Or are we referring to a dentist? Who is eligible for the doctor housing?
It's been utilized for GPs in the past, not dentists or optometrists, just GPs.
So I know I sound like the black cloud here, but we've been to seminars, and history shows us that incentives don't work. If they're coming for other reasons, and if they're going to stay, they will stay because they become a member of the community, which means they've purchased, and there's many doctors here who have purchased a house because they're committed to it. If it's just 3, we could probably absorb that, but what happens when it's 8? Then what? Then how do we control this?
Well, it's new doctors coming into town for their first, is it a year or 6 months? I can't remember which one we cover.
6 months.
It's 6 months, okay. So it just gives them a chance to get their foot in the door, get here and build up enough money that they can look for a place and go. I don't believe that, I think our whole community can, I don't know what our number of doctors is, but it's probably around 8. So I don't think we'll ever get 8 at a time. That means we're starting with 0 to get 8 doctors moving in. Yeah, that's my thoughts is, I know what you're saying is it could be more and it could be less, but I think we need to plan for at least 1 or 2 a year to come into the community if we want to keep this going, because we usually have 1 or 2 new ones in a given year.
So can we cap this? can we put a cap on it, or are we leaving it open to however many come in? Can we cap it off at the first 3 that come in, we subsidize, instead of just leaving it open? This way we actually have a dollar figure to work with.
So I'll just, so we have an ICF agreement, and within the ICF agreement, it states that we've entered into agreement with Big Lakes County, and it doesn't have a cap. So if there was, anything that wanted to be changed with our current practice our current practice, it would have to go through another process, meaning ICF, it would need to be amended, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that's where we're at now. So council right now can't cap it. The ICF would need to be changed.
Sasha?
Does AHS also offer an incentive, a monetary incentive? Because I know the government, the provincial government healthcare systems in other provinces do. Does AHS offer these physicians an incentive to go to a rural isolated post, or?
They do get a sort of a rural allowance for anybody, and I'm not sure exactly where the line is, but some of the rural northern communities, they do get a northern allowance, so an additional pay.
Okay,
but
so
that doesn't delineate us from, them coming here versus going to Peace River versus going to Beaver Lodge or Valley View or wherever, right? Yeah.
Yeah, totally hear you. So I asked that almost a little bit knowingly. I have worked very much on this doctor recruitment committee in the past few years, and we did the same thing, had a monetary incentive, the exact same rationales and reasons that are being presented here. Hey, they won't come to High Prairie, they'll go to Beaver Lodge or Peace River. So the other thing I need to say is that these doctors oftentimes aren't first-year doctors. They're foreign doctors that need to do a bit of a certification, kind of a stepping stone lag, and this is part of that guiding path. They kind of have to do this 3-year. They will do it with or without a financial incentive. I've also found that in the past, we've learned our lessons. We sort of put contingencies. You get 15,000. 5 here, 5 here, 5 here to kind of keep that 3-year, but they have a 3-year stint, and it works in other rural municipalities similarly. They're gone. So with or without that incentive, we wouldn't lose them. They have to come here. They have to, in order to get their certification complete, if they're transferring from another jurisdiction, it's kind of like passing your bar in this province. You have to do it. So I'm sort of a little bit with Judy on the fact that I don't believe financial incentives are the way to attract and recruit. Economic development, amenities, those are the ways to attract and recruit. I think that this is a cost that it's a nice fluff, but I think that these doctors are going to come with or without that incentive. 6 months of a salary, I mean, I know what first-year RCMP officers make, and it's far less than what these guys make, and they still come and they still will make it work. I'm just saying that maybe 3 months if we want to give them an incentive, but I would be in favor of if we can, with the ICF pulling off the incentive totally. I know they're incented in other ways. Even a first-year doctor makes more than, let's say, a High Prairie average median salary. So this is an area that I would be willing to cut.
Okay. Other thoughts? Seeing none, we've had some discussion on keeping it. We've got some discussion on removing it. I am going to, I will make well, I guess there's 2 things here. One is I think it's worth a discussion at intermunicipal to see where the Big Lakes is at. And I also wanted to, at intermunicipal, have that discussion of the attraction and retention committee for for doctors, but also professionals, including nurses and others, because I know the hospital's saying their biggest issue right now is RNs, not necessarily GPs. But we do have issues in getting others here too. So from that perspective, you know, I've already got that on the next intermunicipal agenda, so that needs to be there. So I guess the question really for this one is more around the budget for this particular year. What do we want to do in terms of a budget item? And I think we're, well, at this point, a little bit tied to it. And if we do get 3 doctors, we're going to need a little bit more money. So I'll make a motion. I'm going to make motion number 1 that we bring this to the intermunicipal committee to have further discussion on it. And then once we vote on that, we'll have another motion on our budget item, but just so that we don't lose it going to intermunicipal. So talking about that one, does anybody have a discussion or want to talk on bringing it to intermunicipal? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Mr. Mayor, just so you know, I spoke to Chris Clegg during the break, and if you wouldn't mind indicating who's voting for and against, he can't see the screen. So he put in a request to just kind of do a bit of a recap on what's happening. I think that one was unanimous. I believe.
That was unanimous, yeah.
So just for his.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly do that. And then the next motion would be, I'll make a motion that we increase that budget line item from 5,000 to 15,000 for 2022, in case we have the 3 doctors that do come in. And I'll just talk on that one, because if we do have 3 doctors come in and they all take advantage of it, we need to have the money. And if we don't use the money in that area, it just goes into our capital reserve anyway. So if it doesn't get used, then we can keep it. But if it does get used, we've got the money there. So did you catch that motion, Ron?
I got that.
And then Judy.
That the housing allowance be increased from 5,000 to 15,000 for the 2022 budget. That's what I put down. I'm just gonna say one piece. I think regardless of how this vote goes, you may want to do another one. I'll just as you indicated, Mr. Mayor, we've already got doctors, I guess, in the hopper, and certain promises have been made to them. So just from my perspective, I think I would caution council. I think we're pretty much tied this year. I don't know what the discussions have been with the other 2 doctors, but I think that would be pretty bad faith at this stage to rescind that offer to the doctors that have already been notified of this program. And so it may require another motion just to get to the point that was made previously to, give direction from this council as to what to do in the future. So I'm just kind of breaking out into a few pieces here, because again, I think we're pretty much tied this year, at least to those 3 doctors. Maybe just using some caution, exercising some, an alert that, I think this one we're pretty much tied to. So that's what I wanted to bring forward. Thank you.
Well, and that was my thing. It was take it to intermunicipal, and I think in my head I was thinking at intermunicipal, if we got an attraction and retention committee, they could find out if this is something that is a good recruitment tool for our community or not. And we could, like RPAP, when we had them down to do a presentation, they do a lot with the attraction and retention of doctors. And I think we could talk to them about whether it's a worthwhile tool for getting people here. Because like, I'm not sure, like Sasha said, it might not be a good incentive at all. It might not bring people here. It might be everything else in the community. And I mean, it's a bonus, but not going to be that important. Sasha?
Sorry, may I just add that I'll tell you some of the things that are incentives that really do work. So we had an open house with like a tea and a little tea social to invite these doctors, and, you know, had members of community and council, stakeholders, business leaders. That is inviting, that's warm, and it costs not much for tea. I mean, tea and cookies maybe, or coffee. Secondly, it was a tour of, you know, just kind of a orientation or a tour of, you know, of here's what it is, here are the programs, here, those kinds of things go far further. And I know they're timely, like the mayor, you know, anyone interested, someone on the committee like myself, we could do those kinds of human contact things, go far beyond the 6 months of housing allowance. My other question is, so I understand that we have committed, and if we've already talked to these 3 doctors, of course we can renege. That would be in just poor form. What happens with these ICFs, these inter-municipal agreements, where let's say a particular municipality just can't afford it for that year? You know, for example, I know that Big Lakes County has pulled away their funding, that $700,000 or whatever, because they can't afford it. They don't have the oil and gas revenue. What happens if we just can't make our budget balance and we have to pull this fund? You know, I mean, is there not some sort of concession there? It's a question. I mean,
yeah, no, the intermunicipal or the ICF is a sort of a living document and can change. Anybody can bring forward proposed changes to it, and that's why. Yeah, that's why it's there. We're not locked in forever because we've signed that document. But it is something that we'd have to discuss. And I mean, if we can't afford it, I mean, we've had those discussions when we talked about some funding for the library and other things where they said, well, we want to fund it for this amount. And the town has said, no, we're only affording this amount. And so even though it was a 50-50, they were willing to pay more, we weren't, and it went to the amount that we could afford. Judy?
So I'm confused on the figure amount when you say you want to increase it from 5,000. So I just did some calculations that if 3 doctors come in and their rent was $1,200 a month, that's already $3,600 a month that we'd have to come up with. That's in 1 month. So I don't understand this increasing it from 5,000 to 15,000. Can you explain those figures?
Sure, I can explain a little bit. Is that number one, we only pay 50% of that amount because we partner with Big Lakes. They pay the other 50%. And number two, when those doctors, or if they come, would be later in the year, so it wouldn't be covering rent for the entire year. And like I said, we've had some doctors that have come and have never taken advantage of that program anyways. So we may not be using it there either. So there's a lot of what ifs or possibilities where it may not happen. And I'm saying put it in, because if we put it in and we need it, we've got it. And if we don't need that money, it's just going to carry forward and get put into capital reserves anyways. That's my thinking. Okay, anyone else on this topic? Okay, we had the motion to increase the budget from 5,000 to 15,000. All in favor? So we've got James, Sasha, John, And okay, it's just the four of us, right? Okay, and opposed? Judy and Donna. Therese, I didn't see your vote. I'm not sure if I caught your vote there.
Sorry about that. I'm having technical difficulties for a second there, and couldn't speak. I was trying to change my mute, but it wouldn't change for me. Yeah, so my hand should have went up the first time.
Oh, it did go up the first time in favor?
Should have. You bet,
Okay.
'cause-
That's what I saw. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I missed it trying to get the hands and just repeating names for Chris. I just wanted to make sure, and I didn't catch you there.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion is carried. Moving on then to library auditor. Is it required? See attachment 2. Does somebody want to talk on that? Because I know I haven't read all of it at this point.
Sure, Rita.
Okay, so I guess I can talk on this one. I did a bit of research and well, I contacted the library and our auditors, and they confirmed what your MNP had told you. Basically, an audit starts from the opening balance and goes forward and does checks and balances. And their checks and balances cost the time and labor, and they have to do a whole bunch of analysis. If you're not doing the opening balance every year, then you've lost that continuity. And so they're saying, well, if you're doing it once every 5 years, how accurate is your checks and balances? So it's not as valid as if you did it every year. And that's why MNP and our auditors are saying, don't bother. The Library Act requires only that they do a review, which is what MNP does for them. It provides a financial statement based on the review that they've done, and the review is not as in-depth and does not do checks and balances. So I'm going to recommend that for this particular budget of $500,000, the library has an audit may be overkill. If the government doesn't require it, I'm not sure why we would.
Donna?
Basically, the reason going back, this was before your time as a treasurer, Rita. When we were doing the library budget, at one point, somebody had asked if we had ever had done an audit and like the in-depth thing. And I don't think one had ever been done for the library. And I think that was why we ended up going that route, because nothing had ever been done with the library. And I believe that was sort of our reasoning. Mayor Panassa can add to that if he has, but that's my remembrance, that one had never been done, so we thought it was a good idea to do at the time. I agree, having it done every 5 years is sort of a moot point. I'm fine with removing it from the budget.
Okay, thanks, Donna. Maybe I'm going to ask, is there anybody that would like to keep this $5,000 in the budget? I don't see any hands going up. So would anybody like to make a motion to remove this $5,000 from the 2020-22 budget? Okay, John's making that motion. All in favor? It's carried unanimously. Okay. Moving on then to salary and COLA for staff. And
Mr. Mayor,
Are we not
nope.
missing the library budget?
oh, did I miss? Oh, sorry. Yep, library budget request, sorry. I missed, okay. Let's, so we had, in our budget, we said it's at the 2021 levels, but they have requested more, I take it.
So just just to give a bit of a recap. So administration, I think we talked a little bit about this on the 20th, was given direction, I guess, to contact the library to look at opportunities to reduce their budgets 5, 10, 15%. Various things occurred, correspondence meetings, et cetera, occurred. So I think the previous council was really looking for at least a stay flat situation rather than an increase. So administration, what we did do, included in the overall budget package, was just include the actual 2021 budget request. So what's included in the documents is not meeting the expectation or the request of the library. So just want to make that very clear. So if you passed it, they would actually not be receiving the funding that they requested. Thank you.
Okay, Rod, what was the increase that they were asking for? I know we went over it, but I am over 50 and can't remember.
So am I. So Rita?
1,888 for 2022 and 10,260 for 2023 and forward.
Sorry, can you say that again, Rita? How much additional money?
5,888 for 2022 and 10,260 for 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
Now, I do want to clarify that in 2021, they came down from their 2019 amount, but it wasn't substantial. It wasn't the full amount, and I don't actually have that in front of me. And they do have a substantial reserve coming after 2021's budget. Now they're commenting that they're using those funds for capital because that's where the surplus is going to go into. And on page 70 of our agenda package, there are items that they've identified as what they plan on using the reserves for. They have not allocated the full amount of the reserve because it's going to be well over 100,000. But they do have some items in there identified.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Donna.
Okay, so just to reiterate what I had said at a prior meeting, the library was asked to look at the possible impacts of reductions by 5, 10, 15, etc. Unfortunately, there was some miscommunication or misunderstanding, because when they presented their budget, they basically said there's nothing we can cut based on their service plan and what their client service plan surveys that they requested. So it was brought up at that meeting, the library budget, that from the treasurer or corporate service fellow Mo, that they gave us the quantitative, but not the qualitative. Like if they cut 5% out of their budget, what programs would be impacted. So they didn't present that, so it was a little hard. And Mo reiterated at that time as well that even though the committee approved their budget request, that didn't guarantee them that they would get their request, because it has to go before both councils, ours as well as the county. Again, I will say that on my behalf, I approved their budget because I looked at it from the standpoint of they serve probably the most vulnerable population that we have here in terms of being open 7 days a week from 3 nights till 9, after school programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that was where I came from in terms of why I approved their budget. And I looked at it from the point of the vulnerable have at least some place to go, as opposed to being on the streets and getting into mischief and stuff that they probably maybe not would have gotten into if they had a safe place to go, like the library. So that's where I'm coming from regarding that. I understand the ask, and I mean, here we go again. These tough decisions need to be made as to what we can and can't afford. But again, from my perspective, I look at the amount that they're asking, we reduce that. We have vulnerable people, mischief, crime, misdemeanors have the potential to go up, because not saying that they will, but again, the most vulnerable people have no safe place to go. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Thank you. Sasha?
I almost wonder if we should let Judy go first.
Oh, I didn't see your hand up.
Oh yeah, her hand was up.
Oh, yeah.
But do you want me to proceed?
Please, yeah, if it's okay, yeah, go ahead. And then you can go next. Sorry, Judy, I didn't see your hand.
So obviously, I was also part of that budget review committee for the library, and I want to say that both parties gave their support. So all of the members of Big Lakes County, all of the members of High Prairie gave their support and said that we would take it to our appropriate councils, as Donna has just spoken in favor. So that's number one. Number two, this is a true community hub and community service. I also, Rita mentioned this, but the ask, they actually reduced, and I thought I had a number of some percentage, they reduced their budget in a previous year. Now they've just asked to go back to it. Donna mentioned the most vulnerable, having a place to go. I'll add to that by saying that it's also about internet connectivity. It's for job hunting. It's for, there's not just for places for people to go, but this is for a real resource utilization. You can't cut hours. I've loosely talked to members of the community, and this is a hub that is utilized. And for the 5,000 for the year, I don't want garbage cans being vandalized like we've experienced in the past few months. You're right, it is a tough decision, but this is one place that I feel like we cannot cut. Utility bills go up. Their fixed costs are going up. I mean, they have just static costs that, this isn't even about service levels and programs and service offerings. This is about just fixed costs. And taking away from reserves, they have stated that there are capital costs that are going to be needed there, in addition to just having a healthy reserve at the end of the day. So I would be in favor of keeping the ask.
Okay, thank you. Judy?
So this is no surprise to the library or any of our other Recreation Museum. This has been coming on for years now. We've asked them to prepare for this. The museum has stepped up to the plate and said, you know, we know you're in tough times. This is where we're going to cut. This is what we're going to do. We accept it. The Recreation Committee, Recreation Facilities has met numerous times, spent numerous hours cutting their budget. The pool only has cut their hours. They only open at noon. What about those vulnerable people who have now lost pool time? The arena has done as much cuts as they can. They understand. The library is the only one that didn't even try to meet our requests. They just said, no, we're not cutting, and that's it. And yet the arena has cut, the pool has cut, the museum has cut. We have many other resources for job hunting. We're duplicating this. We have FTSS, we have Job Corps, we have all kinds that are duplicating to use that as a pitching point to keep the library open. I can't buy that because there's many duplicate sources out there. I can't support giving the library more money and not even trying to come up with something. And like I said, this wasn't a last minute thing. This is a 2 years advance notice.
Okay. Other thoughts? No other. Yeah, I can speak on my thoughts as of mixed thoughts on this. Like, I know the library is used. It's good. You know, it's a valuable resource for a lot of people. And then at the flip side, I know our library is, you know, it is a little bit, it offers a lot more services and stuff than other libraries and communities of equivalent size, right? So how much service levels do we want to have? And, you know, I totally get that the library will offer more services if we fund it. They have good ideas on what they can do and after school programs and service some of the you know, the more needy people. So I do get that. But I think I would like, where I'm at is still would like to see them at the 2021 level. I still think that's a high level of service for our people. So that's basically where I'm at is, and like I say, we've had the discussions with them in the past about, you know, we need to look at this, and they have said that, you know, with what they get, they'll adjust the service levels accordingly to make sure that it works. And they do have some capital dollars or some reserves that they could use for operating if they needed it. So from my perspective, I'd like to keep it at the 2021 levels. It might mean that they have to cut in a little bit into their reserves. But for the next year, I'd be all right with that. So that's my stance. Anybody else want to mention in? Okay.
Actually, I would like to hear James's perspective on this because he's the library board member.
Well, you and Sasha took all the best lines. You both said it far more eloquently than I could. Our library provides a lot more service, you're right, than other communities do, but other communities, they have other entities that also step up and in some regards. Like, we don't have a friendship center anymore. It's closed, and no idea when that's opening. And so the library is filling a void there. And, you know, the library is also responsible for 50% of the bills in that building. It doesn't matter what improvements that they make, putting in all LED lighting, for example, they're still responsible for half of the power in that building. Did they use half of the power in that building? Well, we don't know. We haven't put in a second meter yet. You know, that might be something that would reduce their operating costs. Same when it comes to water and sewer. Everything's 50% there, despite the fact that there have been days where they have no access to get upstairs, as it should be, but they can hear the water running because the toilet's jammed. We've all had that toilet with the busted valve. They can't get up there and do anything about it. And Vern, I'm sure you can speak to this. A leaky toilet is you know, a huge cost, especially if it's running for 3 days, right? You go to the bathroom at the end of the day on Friday, and you come back Monday at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and the water's been running. That's enough water to put out a fire. So I'm fine with what the library has asked for. They are a valuable service to our community, and it's one that I believe that we really do need to keep up the funding for.
Sasha?
I know I've already had my turn, but you know, this is a, you know, we talk about incentives for the doctors and attracting them to our community. Well, I'll tell you that this is a service that their children will utilize. These are the attraction factors because these families are academically minded and they're going to need and want to have. I think our library is underfunded. Forget coming back to 2021 levels. I think there's a lot more we can. These are the anchor points that make a community and make a community attractive. So if we need to raise taxes because of the library service, you know, then that's the cost we collectively as a community pay to retain good physicians, good RNs, and other, and you know, and also elevate our children and our youth to really being proponents of reading again. We've lost that art of reading. We're on the internet all day long. Just getting back, I'm a nerd, so I have a soft spot for books, right? So I guess in closing, I would just really ask my fellow council members to really vote in favor of the increase. It's a very small ask if you look at it in the grand scheme. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to chime in with their thoughts? Okay, so did we have a motion on this one? Not yet, okay. Anybody like to make a motion on this, Sasha?
I move that council approve the proposed number, and I don't have it in front of me, that has been requested by the library for the 2022 through 2024 year.
Okay. Any questions on that? All right, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. So Sasha, James, John, and Therese. Opposed? Brian, Judy, and Donna. So that motion is carried. Okay, it is now 5 after 12. Do we want to have a break for lunch and then come back and go over, continue in on this? Is that, how long do we want for lunch? Half hour enough for everyone?
Delivering.
Yeah. Okay, so can we come back at 12:30? Is that enough time? That's 25 minutes. Okay, 12:30, we'll see everybody back. I'm going to pause the recording here and we'll see you back at 12:30. And okay, so As we move down,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just because the recording started after, perhaps now that you've started the recording, just for the official record, call the meeting back to order.
oh, okay. I'll call the meeting back to order now. And we're moving on our list of items to get through, and we are at salary and specifically COLA for staff. And I guess Judy, go ahead.
I was just wondering if we want to take this in camera session.
I don't know what's the normal protocol when they discuss COLA in the past, if it has to go in salary. It is a bit of negotiations, but it is in some way very public anyways. But Sasha, you had a comment?
Well, I remember the 3 or 4 L's: land, labor, legal. And this is a labor discussion. It's really awkward to discuss salaries with staff. We've never done it that way, where we've had staff, you know, I mean, if there's questions, certainly bring them in, but I think that there needs to be at least a small period of time where we can have a council discussion and maybe go back out of camera after a while. But I've never had staff, especially the person that we're talking about, in the room while, you know, let's say we were doing salary negotiations for a particular individual, or it's an awkward conversation to have.
Yeah, yeah. All right,
I'd be in favor of
with doing some of the discussions in camera. I mean, obviously coming out, we have to make a motion regarding this, but yeah.
But yeah, I recall land, labor, legal, like those 4 L's that they went through. Do you remember? Does anyone else remember it?
Yep. Okay. Well, we can go into a closed session. Now, I guess who should be in on the closed session? We have Rod, Reed, and Vern here. Should we all be in? I see Vern checked off. We're good with the rest. And what about in council chambers, Donna? Is Chris still there?
We have to have administration, at least either Rod or Rita, in on this. You can't have a meeting without administration.
That's right.
Yeah, no, we would both stay.
Okay, and I'm not sure, is Chris still with us in council chambers?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go. So we can move into closed session. Say it's section 24. So if we could have a motion to go into closed session. Oh yes, get the wording here.
Okay. Well, I'll make the motion that we move into closed session as per section 24 of the FOIP agreement to deal with labor. All in favor? Okay. All right, Judy, you have a motion coming out of camera here?
I do. I would like to make a motion that council approve a 0% COLA to the 2022 operating budget.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. All in favor?
Okay, just
Oh, and we've got Donna, Sasha, Therese, and Judy.
Donna, Sasha.
Sasha, Therese, and Judy. Opposed? Brian, James, and John. Therese, you had another motion? Oh, you're on mute right now.
Sorry about that. I apologize. I would like to make a motion that we add $2,500 to the 2022 budget for staff recognition.
All right, thank you. And all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. That's carried. Now I'm looking here, Rod, as that's the last on the
Nope.
3.1, right? Like that. So
There's
we're on to
museum. I thought I
3.2.
saw.
Yeah, the museum. So if you go to the next page, page 3, top of page 3, is basically the museum budget. This was something that was brought up. So there's so this has been a long-term ask. The museum, if anybody's driven by there, the fascia is, was painted not that long ago, unfortunately. And unfortunately, the individual or the company that actually did that work is no longer in business. So it's not in a very good state of repair. In addition to that, the fascia along the west end is it's rotten. It needs to be replaced. So this motion is dealing with that, or this topic is dealing with that.
Hey, Rod, can I stop you just for 1 second? I'm just looking and I can't see this anywhere on the on my sheets. So I'm just wondering where it was at.
So page 3, but I see.
Oh, I see. It carried on from page 3. Sorry, I had my part. Okay, I feel way better now. I got it lined up. Sorry about that. Okay,
I think
keep going.
Rita really wants to interrupt. She's got a better story than me.
Okay.
It was approved in the capital budget, what Rod is saying. So that part has already kind of been taken care of. The clarification item was that it's in the capital budget, but it's also in the operating budget. And at that time, it was questioned, is this a duplication? And I needed to double check it. And so I did do that. The item is in the operating only because the operating is funding the sources. So in 2021, we budgeted $22,000 to have that work done. It wasn't done in 2021. We're just going to carry forward that fund and make it like a reserve from 2021 into 2022. But we need an additional $6,000 in order to meet the current quote, which is 28,000, which is where Rod was leading. Sorry, but so the work should be done, but it's just going to come from operating funds. So to recognize it as a capital item, it's also in the capital budget, which was approved during the previous December 20th budget meeting. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. Is there a reduction in the 2022 operating budget for the museum as a result? I don't think so, right? No, okay.
Reduction, well, the expense is going to be fully made in 2022 of 28,000. So the contract fee is there. 22,000 of that will come from a surplus from 2021 into 2022.
Okay.
The other additional 6,000 has to come from operating. That's the issue.
Yeah, and just to be clear on the mayor's question, so this is outside the museum's budget. The museum is kind of an operating budget that like their 100,000 or whatever it is just to pay for their heat and that type of stuff. This is it's our building. Which is our responsibility to repair it. Just to be clear, if you asked about the museum budget, this is all us.
Okay, no, and I guess I was just wondering because we did talk about that duplication, and so it's not being duplicated in the capital in the operating budget. then. Okay, that was my question. So we're at the end of the day, we're looking for a motion to increase the museum's operating budget, or is it the town's operating budget by 6,000 to cover this? Or are we looking for anything for capital, or is this just clarification? Because we did do the capital improvements.
So the capital just showed that the money was coming from a reserve. The reserve is the operating. So built into the 2022 budget is that $6,000 under the Department of Museum, but it is not the part of the requisition that the museum requests from us. It's just part of that building.
So it's been built into the budget already. We don't need to officially approve it at this point in time.
Not unless you want to extract it from the proposed budget.
Right, okay. If we want to remove it, we need a motion. If we don't want to, it would be carried forward.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question, is there anybody against that $6,000 in the budget to help with the improvements to the building? Sasha?
Question, was the contractor who's was this tendered out, or has there just been one contractor whose paper is it, like, is it just the one person who gave a quote here for the 28,000? Is that the only vendor that we went with, or has this been put out there?
Yeah, I think we got at least two, I think three quotes. So yeah, so we've contacted and I know for sure it was three, but one has fallen by the wayside. So I know for sure at least there's still two live quotes out there.
Same range and same scope of work?
Slightly different. I mean, they were close, but as far as the total dollar value, they were a few thousand apart. But I mean, they weren't like the other one wasn't 50,000, but they were in the vicinity. One of the other things that we may be thinking of doing to assist in reducing is doing some of the work ourselves. I know we've been talking Public Works because some of the boards are like, they're rotten. So we were looking at maybe maybe it might be more efficient for us to do some of the initial labor, but we didn't go that far on it. I am concerned a little bit that the price of inflation is just, like a lot of our people are saying, it's going to go up 5% or 10%. So we're going to try to do the best we can to manage within this. I know I'm not really answering your question, but there's huge escalations. I know even getting the product is tough. Getting certain colors, you can't. It's so we're gonna do our best to do this and maybe supplement with some of Vern's crew. Maybe Vern doesn't know, Mike said it. So maybe Vern is just finding out right now. So, but we're gonna do our best to try to keep within this. It's tough right now.
Yeah, I know that the discussion points last time were, Rod, that, just like you did the painting and now that's sort of a sunk cost. We have to now, like, had we not done the painting, this would have been done all in once. We're being redundant. Similarly, if we have to replace the roof, let's say, then this 28,000 is sort of, again, another sunk cost. So those were the discussion points, which is why this was flagged last time. Do you know if there's an answer to kind of the overall roof health?
So, well, yeah. So the contractor also indicated to us that there's some problems with the southwest side, which is a flat roof, still tar and gravel. They indicated that there are some issues with it, with the slope, et cetera, et cetera. It's not really, it's not leaking right now, but it's not in the best of shape. They gave us, I think the number off the top of my head was another, I think it was 65,000. Like, it was a lot to do the little bit of tar and gravel roof that was there. We know that there's, if you walk by the building. The front window is pretty much 10, 15 years past its life. There's a lot of things that building actually requires. And so you may recall, I've also indicated to you that the museum is applying for a grant. And our public works manager went in there, or our roads manager went in to assist them to just go through some of the things. So there might be some additional requests here to try to bring that building, repair a lot of these deferred maintenance items. The good news is though that we'd probably get 50-cent dollars. And the other good news is if we were to get that, you can use your own labor to, if we have to put in 50%. So let's just say we've got 200,000, our library or the museum got 200,000, and 100,000 is grant. That's 100,000 is supposed to come from us. We can use labor to offset some of that cost that we have to go into. So I don't think this is the last we're going to hear about the library. Again, there's a lot of deferred maintenance on that building, but let's just be hopeful that maybe we get a grant. But if they get the grant, we're going to have to do something to come up with some additional pieces. Does that answer your question? It was a long response, but is that, those are some of the things I said before. Does that help you? In a nutshell, there's a lot more that's required of that building. This is one specific one the museum has come forward to just because of the aesthetics of it. This was the mostly aesthetics, and it's been on the go for 2 years.
So Donna, you're on the museum board, correct? Do you have anything to add? You agree with this?
I think Rod has pretty much covered it. From what I remember, I think our last meeting or talking to Darlene, specific to the roof that Rod was referring to, there's some spots on there. I believe that there is no roof. It's just down to the wood. So that needs to be replaced. I know Darlene is working aggressively scouting for any type of grant, heritage building maintenance, and anything that she can find. She's been scouring the web and applying vigorously to basically everyone that she finds that she figures will fit the bill, because she said you never know, you don't know until you apply. So I mean, any money we get towards that building offsets the costs that the town has to pay as well. So kudos to Darlene for taking the time and scouring and digging and seeing what she can find out there to help with the costs.
Right. So then the question is, should we wait on the fascia and soffit until such time, and then do the roof, the rotten piece of the roof at the same time, Rod or Donna?
I'll let Rod answer that one.
So, so it depends on which grant. So we're hoping in the next little bit here we get, I guess, maybe some responses. I do know that the list that Darlene has put together is pretty long. So depending on which grant comes in and what percentages we may get, and we're hoping we're going to get a response here fairly soon on that. So I probably would wait off for another 60 days or so before we proceeded on that, because depending on what the grant structure is, maybe that fascia we can get at 50-cent dollars. So I'd like to hold off. My intent was to hold off a little bit to see if we can utilize some of those grant dollars instead. So I'm not really giving you a great answer, because if we get a grant, that means we're likely going to have to pay more, because there'll be some other things. So then we'll have to start picking and choosing. So it's a terrible answer for you, I know, but it's I know our financial state, and so like going through and seeing how much money we can actually get, then just go through the prioritization and say, no, this has to be done, and move forward. My preference is though to actually do the fascia before the tourism season. Like I'd really like to get that completed, you know, in time for like June, July. It does look pretty bad. So at some point, we're gonna have to pull the trigger to get it done. Terrible answer, I
I
know.
don't think we want to wait a whole bunch on getting that contract out or awarding that contract either, simply because we didn't do it last year. It went up $6,000 and stuff ain't getting cheaper. So, and like you said, this is stuff that needs to be done. If we get the grant and we have 50-cent dollars, hooray. But in the meantime, we need to do this work and get that building fixed up as best we can.
I will take it back and I'll see where Darlene is at and all the grants that she's done, and I because I do understand that the inflation is going up, but then also getting the product. So yeah, I will touch base with her to see maybe it does make sense to do it right now, because maybe it's that grant that she applied on is gone anyways. So I can assure you I'll give her a chat next week to see where all these applications are at. Is that fair? Unless you want to give direction to proceed regardless right now. I
Talk to Darlene first and see where she's at.
Okay. Thank you.
And bring it back to the next council meeting.
Yeah, Judy, you had your hand up a while ago. Do you still have a question or comment?
When we did, when we hired that firm to do the lifespan of our buildings, like the arena and stuff, was the museum included in that?
The last go round that we did this past year was just the Sports Palace, and then they looked at the Gordon Buchanan just from the roof perspective, and from the pool perspective, they just looked at just a couple of the pieces, the air vac, because we were having huge problems there, and freezing of the doors. So quick answer is no. That last go round, we did not look at the Moose Tooth. I think the one in 2015, and maybe Vern, you can correct me if I'm wrong, 2015 Amoresco report, I think the building was included there. I'll unless Vern, you can remember, because I got the sheets right here. I can get back to you. Unless Vern, do you know the quick answer? I'm pretty sure.
All of our municipal buildings were included in that Ameresco.
Yeah, so it's yes. Thanks, Vern.
I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be better to figure out what kind of shape that roof is in and how badly it needs replacing. Because you go and you fix the fascia, and then the next year we need a roofer, and he's going to say, well, that doesn't match the peak roof or whatever. We need to think ahead on this instead of patching it up and then having to redo it all.
So I can tell you, so the roof is in two pieces. So the south west end where the entranceway is, that's flat, and that's tar and gravel. The other whole piece of it is and Bernie, maybe you can help me again here, was redone. And so the rest of the roof, actually we built on it. So it's actually a metal roof. So rather than replacing the tar and gravel, what they did is they built kind of a false roof, which is metal. So that piece, and my understanding is it's good. We're solid on that piece. It's just that front south west piece. So I agree with you. Sometimes tar and gravel, you're okay, and in changing the fascia, and you don't really, if there's a little bit of a lap there, but sometimes they can just take it off and it's not an issue. So I completely understand. You don't want to do something and have to tear it off in a year and have to replace it. I think I'll make sure of that to ensure that if they do have to do something, they actually just put a piece there that we only have to buy, I'm making this up, 3 inches of metal rather than the whole thing that we just invested $10,000 into. So I take your point. I totally get it.
Okay, So we're still talking about that extra $6,000 that is in the budget, but we're wondering if anybody has objections to it staying there. Otherwise, if we do, then we need to make a motion to make it come out. So I'll just ask, anybody else have an issue with that $6,000 for the repair of that roof or of the soffit and fascia? I don't see anybody doing anything. Okay. So with that in mind, we are done 3.1 on our agenda, moving on to 3.2, but I'd like to take maybe a 10-minute bio break and then we'll start on 3.2. Does that work for people? Okay, we'll take 10 minutes. Well, come back around 2 o'clock or at 2 o'clock and we'll go from there.
Smart work.
All right, I'll call the meeting back to order and we're moving on to item 3.2. And the first item in there was the request for sponsorship and grants. And I'll just turn it over to admin to walk us through that one.
Okay, so maybe I'll start and Rita, you can supplement where I required. So, so the sponsorship and donations is really discretionary spending that council has, and in total it's about 39,000, 30,000 for the 9,000 for sponsorship and grants, 30,000. We also included, there's several other items that could be put into that bucket. What administration attempted to do is to illustrate to council and to the public that there's a lot of things that council is in support of, that just in those two buckets, things like the education bursaries, FCSS volunteers, the doctors' residences, seniors bus. So there's a ton of other things that are on top of that 39,000 that council has supported in the past. So this report outlines some of those. In addition, there's the parades and all kinds of things that the town within our budget is somewhat a donation. So it's just there mostly for information. And it's not an exhaustive list. It's something that we started before. It doesn't include everything, but it just gives an idea that there's a lot more that the town provides within the operating budget to support the well-being of the community. So specifically with regards to sponsorship and donations, so for the new councillors, it was last year, we introduced a new policy. And it's basically the sponsorship and donations policy that is attempting to seek from organizations their requests for sponsorship in time for the operating budget discussions. So this was something that was new, that was implemented last year. We did advertise in one of our newsletters and the web, just saying if you know you're going to ask for money in 2022, please come forward before the budget deliberation, so you guys get an idea as to what the asks are out there. We're fairly confident that you're going to get more requests over the year. That's I'd say 100% certain. And so what administration included in the budget was the 39,000, but at the end of the day, we're saying if you want to continue with that amount, great, but we highly suggest that you don't spend the whole amount at this stage. Keep back at least a couple $1,000s for these one-off requests that are going to come. So that's at your discretion, but that's where it's at. So we did receive a few requests. One is the Horseshoe Club. Yeah, this is a new council, so you have the opportunity to change things. However, the Horseshoe Club has a long history. They wanted to host the Western and Canadian finals within the community in 2020. We all know what happened in 2020. COVID hit, and that got postponed. Didn't occur in 2021. But the town had already committed a couple pieces. First of all, the use of the facilities, and second of all, a $5,000 donation for just other operating requirements of the tournament. So because when you organize something that big, the entity has to provide a whole income statement and expenses, et cetera, and that came forward to council, say 2 years ago when they did their initial request. So yeah, I guess just from an administration's perspective, because there's been a lot of planning in that one. In fact, the Horseshoe Club came forward last June, just making sure it was still a go, because the Horseshoe Club across Canada as an association, and there was already people calling, is this going to be on? Because some people were already booking flights to come to our community. So even though it's up to your discretion, I'd highly recommend that one not be changed, because there's a lot of planning that went into that already. Stars did put their request in. We talked about that one a little bit before. So they're asking again for $8,000 for the next 4 years. We did that for the last 4 years. That was a commitment that the previous council made, and 2021 was the last year that 4-year commitment came to an end. I know Rita's done some investigation and included it in a report going back earlier. We were given maybe $2 per resident type thing, and then somehow it got increased in 2018 to the $8,000 mark. There's also a request here from the Dolphin Swim Club to assist with purchasing equipment, and also assisting with the cost of coaching. So that was the only organization that came forward through that request or that announcement that there's this whole sponsorship policy, and that's what they applied under. So I think that basically summarizes it, and I'll allow council to debate on where you would like to go.
Okay, Rod, just so I'm clear, at the end of this, what do you need? Do you want motions on each one of those items just to make sure where we're at? I just want to get my head around where you want to go with this.
I think you should, because we need to know, if, like for Stars, for example, do you want us to say yes to that request, or is council saying yes to that request, so that we notify them that yes, council is committed for these next 4 years. Yes, so there should be a itemized list.
Okay, so on page 74 and 75, there's some options, starting with option 1. Do we just want to work through those one at a time? Would that meet your needs here?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, before we go to those options on 74 and 75, perhaps we can just open it up if there's any questions regarding our sponsorships and donations and the 39,000 that we've traditionally put in. Okay, I see a couple of hands. We've got James and then Donna.
I don't see anything on here for the rodeo. Traditionally, the town has been a big sponsor of that.
I see
The
it.
plan is to go forward this year, COVID willing. And since COVID is going to be done at the end of February, it's going to happen.
So within the RFD, if you look at page 73, halfway down, it says requests from organizations and programs previously supported for sponsorship or grants. And there we have the Elks Pro Rodeo.
Got it. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's why administration is highly recommending that you keep some funding aside, and maybe 2,000 isn't enough. If we're pretty certain that the rodeo is going to go this year, I mean, that takes up, if the request is the same, 1,500, you got 500 left. So you're in control of that bucket. That's
okay. So those items on page 73, Rod, they're not necessarily in here, right?
That is correct. They were not requests that came forward.
Right.
We had a deadline, actually the deadline I think was October 15th, but we had some later, and that's okay. We've incorporated in here, but it's say we never went out and contacted each of these organizations to see if they're going to be requesting funding again. But they have annually. My guess is they're going to.
Right, okay. And we know, like the food bank, they're not going to make a request. It's been a donation that we've made to them as opposed to a request from them for this money.
That's correct. That's been a long-standing agreement that the rent that we get for the land out to the west is basically in-out entry. Money comes in and we just funnel it through.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily part of that $9,000 either, is it?
That is no. So it isn't. That's on top of the 9,000. You're correct. Yeah, it's probably not that clear there, but it's on top of the 9,000.
Okay, thank you. Donna?
Okay. So I think it was the last budget time that we were discussing sponsorship. I believe it was said that very few municipalities do sponsorship. Unfortunately, this is one of the areas that we can control besides services, and sponsorship is the only other ones that as a council we can look at to trying to decrease some of our expenditures. So in that regard, I think we need to really seriously look at, number one, do we want to keep the sponsorship viable? Do we want to sponsor the requests that we get, or do we want to rescind our sponsorship of organizations? Presently, right now, the one that I would like to keep would be the Stars, of course. I think that's a valuable service. I think we're committed, excuse me, we've committed to the Horseshoe Club for 2022 from what I'm reading there. And as far as the golf club, is that coming out of the sponsorship, or is that coming out of the somewhere else, like an operational thing? Because we own the golf course and we agreed to give them $15,000 for 2 years. So so are we doing the 15,000 again for 2022, or what? I'm kind of not sure what we're doing there.
So Rita, maybe you can help me out, but basically it was a request. So the golf club over the past, first of all, we own the facility, right? But we lease it out for $1, and actually that lease is coming due here within the next 3 or 4 months. But because we own the asset, much like Golden Age Center Museum, we own it. But we still own that property. However, the lease is they can make all these improvements, and that's up to them. So we're basically renting the land for $1. So in the past, council has entertained requests from that club to assist in improving that facility. And so in the past, yes, we've approved $15,000 over 2 years. In 2020, they used the $15,000 for irrigation, or pardon me, the sewer system upgrade. This past year, which we said yes to, 2021, we had earmarked $15,000, but they didn't actually spend it, and so they're basically asking for a carry forward of that $15,000 into 2022. And in their budget projections right now, they're saying 2023, they'd also request another additional $15,000. So say 21 you approved, they didn't use it. And so they're just asking that be carried forward into 2022, and 23, they're going to be asking for another 15. that answer your question? Oh, and Rita, they didn't do a good job.
Yes, I'm just going to add to that. So the answer to, I think, part of Donna's question, which I heard, is where is it coming from? And it is my understanding that grants to organization was funding the 15,000. So the 30,000 that's in that pot of money would be now decreased to 15,000. At the December 20th budget meeting, you guys had suggested that if we were going to entertain the victim services request, which would amount to 20,000, that money come from that pot of money. So just keeping that all in the back of your minds, you'd now need, if you fund STARS, the High Prairie Golf Club, and the victim services out of that pot of money, you'd be in a deficit. You'd be short money. You'd have to increase that pot of money. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So that, yeah, that, any other questions on sort of what that 39,000's been used for and how it's been used? You can see some of the history there of where it's been spent in the past, and there has been some commitments from previous councils for some of that money. For example, STARS, we have committed to them. I can't remember for how long. Oh no, maybe it's come to an end in 2022. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just reading here. I know before we didn't want to commit other councils, but they did ask for an extended or a certain time frame. So I thought we had, but okay, if there, oh, Judy, go ahead.
So kind of to repeat what Donna says, we really need to consider this sponsorship. Is it really ethically right to collect taxpayers' dollars and support organizations? I've heard from residents that they want to choose what organizations they want to support. So going through the list, the High Prairie Dolphins Swim Club, I'm not in support of that. If we're going to support the Dolphins Club, then are we going to support minor ball hockey? This is a recreational sport that parents put their children in, and it comes with a cost, and they have to do their fundraising to support that. We are looking for lifeguards at the pool that we need to train so that we can keep the pool open. Supporting a private swim club doesn't seem feasible. As again for STARS, STARS is a professional fundraising organization. Again, they have all kinds of, they sell calendars, t-shirts, hats, they do all kinds of stuff. Again, I'd like to leave that up to each individual resident on if they choose to support STARS or not. Victim services, where I understand.
Judy,
Yeah.
can I just, you're going through the whole list. Maybe we'll just go through the list one at a time and knock them off and see where people want to go. How's that? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's start with the Dolphins Swim Club. Is there, I'll get with John. Go ahead. I was just wondering where people are at.
I guess as in when we look at donating money stuff, a lot of it comes to return of investment, right? And I look at the Dolphins Club and I go, yeah, there's, that's right. We, parents got to pay and that kind of stuff. However, the children coming up in that, like you look at who's managing the pool now and stuff, those children came up through the Dolphins Club. it's that increase or that interest that draws them into looking at making a career of lifeguarding or making a career of pool management and stuff like that. So and they're looking for dollars to help them get a coach and that kind of stuff. And so and the fact that when they hold meets, there's a return of investment to our community. And so, you know, I would, yeah, I guess just consider that when you're making your decision, because that's where I'm at. I'm going 2,000 and whatever dollars is a small investment for the potential for some really good outcomes. So.
Okay, thanks, John. Sasha?
I hear you, John, and I agree. But that can be said of any sports organization. So that little kid that was in like initiation hockey is now the NHL player from High Prairie, right? So why are we singling out one? These are all nice to have services. We are in tough economic times. Let's go back to that. We didn't give our own staff COLA increases. Golfing and these like hockey and all these wonderful things are people at minimum wage with 2 jobs. Those are not the people, you know, on the golf courts. You know, I know the sport of golfing. So all I'm saying is why single out one? Then to be fair and equitable, we should do minor hockey and other organizations as well. So a lot of these that I may not be in favor of, it's not because of how I feel about that particular group or organization and their valiant effort, but it's because of the fact that we're looking for funding to cut. And this is an area where we can look at federally, look at provincially, right? They cut services, not because they don't think that particular arts and crafts service is great, but it's because of we can't run a deficit. That's my only you know, high level story to why in the areas that I'm not going to give my vote, it's because of that. It's because we have to find ways to support. And secondly, we can't just single out one organization.
Okay. James?
John really got it quite, he hit the nail right on the head there with the return on investment. If the Dolphins don't go forward because we don't do the sponsorship for them for $2,700, then we don't have tournaments in town, and we don't have people traveling to our town, and we don't have people spending money in our town, renting hotel rooms, buying groceries, gas, whatever it is. There's a cost for being in business as a community, and this is part of it. The Dolphins have been in operation for as long as I can remember. Even when I was a kid, you know, you heard about the Dolphins and the swim meets that they would have, and the parking lot at the swimming pool is certainly full whenever COVID allows. But this brings a lot to our community. The return that we get on a $2,700 investment is much more than that from just people coming to town and for what it brings to our community. So I think that's dollars well spent.
Okay. Therese?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, I see the benefits with some of those. You know, it's a very small amount in there. I look at some of these as very community based, and as you've already mentioned, they're, you know, brings people into the community and town and does develop. You know, when I look at the 5 that are there, I see STARS as a fairly big organization, and not to say it shouldn't be supported. 8,000 compared to 2,000. I don't want to start doing a comparison here getting into that. But I think they get a fair amount of donations. Stars does. Like, I'm just wondering if there's any, I mean, are we able to decrease some of those amounts or try and, I don't know, kind of even it out a little bit better to put it into perspective. I know I'm just kind of talking off the top of my hat here, but I'm in turn trying to, I guess, find a solution, keeping in mind the fact that we just, we don't have the monies for everything. So yeah, I guess that's all my thought at the moment.
Okay, just a little bit on my thoughts on this one is the Dolphins are a good organization. I mean, my kids went through them, they were good. But with that being said, they are, in my head, they're one organization that, like all of the other recreational ones that we could be getting hit with, you know, can we support one and not support the others? I wrestle with that. You know, how come we would support the Dolphins and not minor hockey or not baseball or not soccer or not tennis club or whatever, right? Like there's lots of them. In one way, I can justify it by saying, well, they applied and other ones haven't. And that's a good reason. So yeah, I wrestle with this one a little bit from that perspective. You know, in a bigger picture, I look at and say, well, you know what, it's not really where those, in my head, where those dollars should be spent. So I do have some issues with supporting one organization, but they were the one that applied. And if we're going to reduce our amount, that would be one where we could possibly reduce it. But if we're going to keep the full amount and then wait for others, well, that's not fair to them because they applied early, right? Like they applied on time to get the grant in. So yeah, I wrestle with this one a little bit. And I guess I sort of I'd like to see the whole picture and what our dollars would come out to or close to where we're at before I would decide on this one, is where I'm sort of coming at it. So I know that's not the right answer when we got to make a vote on this one to move ahead, but that's where my thinking is at this point in time. So, and just, yeah, with that, maybe we'll take it to a vote and so we can move on and see where we're at. So does anybody want, well, we have a motion here that council approved the sponsorship request from the High Prairie Dolphin Swim Club for the amount of $2,728.
I will make the motion.
Okay, James is making that. All in favor? So I got James and John, and opposed. And Therese, okay, you're opposed, so that one is defeated. Now moving to number 2, the council approved the commitment to the Horseshoe Club. Oh, sorry, Donna.
Even though we're not supporting them at their ask of 2728, I would like to make a motion that we support them in the amount of $1,000. They could possibly, I don't know if they've asked Big Lakes for any donation, but I think we can offer them some support, not necessarily the full amount that they're asking.
Okay, so your motion is for $1,000?
That is correct.
Okay. Any thoughts before we vote? Sasha?
So sorry, pardon the question. I just don't know the history. Were the other organizations, ball, hockey, whatever, you know, were they aware of the, of, like it says, one of the points you made, Mr. Mayor, is that, well, the Dolphins wrote in and applied. Were these other organizations also aware of a deadline? Keep in mind as well, all of these minor organizations are run by volunteers who have multiple jobs sometimes. this is not like an organization like, the town of Hyper where you have dedicated staff. These are volunteers. So if they missed a deadline, they might have not known. So that's why I'm asking the question, to be fair to everyone equally.
Yeah, well, I think we advertised equally to everybody and that it was on the website and might have been in our newsletter, I'm not sure. But that was the extent of the advertisement. There wasn't any individual phone calls to any of these organizations. The same advertisement was made. Some picked it up, some didn't, and your point is good. Everybody's volunteers, they're busy doing their things. They may or may not have picked that up or may not have thought that they would get this grant. Okay, so with that, anything else before we vote on Donna's motion? All right, so the motion's for $1,000. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. With Therese, John, James, and Donna. Opposed? Brian, Therese, and Judy. Okay, so that motion is carried.
Just point of order there. Did you get that right there? Who all voted for and against that?
I thought so.
I'm approaching 50, so maybe my eyes.
Well, somebody
here.
correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I got the 4 for and 3 against. Did that seem right to everybody?
Well, maybe let's just rip out the names again. So I think it was.
It was Donna, James, John, and Therese were in favor. Sasha, myself, and Judy against.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, that's what I thought I said.
I think you may have said Therese as opposed to that the second time. Whatever. We've got the vote. It's just semantics.
Okay, so all right, then moving on, the council approved the commitment to the Horseshoe Club as per motion number 479-19, funding to come from grants to organizations. Now, I just want to go back, like grants to organizations. You had indicated that the cost for this is approximately $50,000, but we weren't spending $50,000. It was a waiving of the rental fees for the property, right? So there's no dollar figure coming out of that budget. Is that correct? Okay.
The only amount that's coming out of it is the 5,000. So 5,000 is a hard number that's going to be coming out. That's according to the motion that was done in 2019. There's $5,000 that's going to $2,000 for event costs and $3,000 that was for banquet. The $50,000. One of the things I just want to start doing is if an entity was to actually rent our facility for the 2 weeks plus the week set up and tear down, like we have a fee within our bylaw that we would charge. They're just showing that's the value add based on our fee bylaw, but really the costs we're incurring for people to utilize that facility, I mean, is significantly less, like, lights and that type of stuff, but we are not, it's not costing our budget $50,000. It was if we were to rent it, and I don't think too many people give us $50,000 to rent a facility for a month, but that's just according to our fee bylaw. Does that make sense? So it's kind of a fictitious error number.
Yeah. Well, and I really like that you've kept track of it, because it is something that, and we've done that with the rodeo, because for example, the rodeo, there's some hard costs that we make a donation or a grant to them, but we also do a lot of in-kind work, I'll call it, for them, which goes along with it. And tracking some of those costs, we can say, yes, we are doing. Yeah, we may not have spent a ton of money, but we're in kind, we're cleaning the streets, we're got our public works people out there setting up barricades and all of that stuff to make it work. So I think there's that other side, just to keep track of that is important.
Yeah, like I say, we're trying, this is a very this is very rough, and it is not including everything, you know, we don't have hard numbers, but I think it's like you're saying, it's important to show our residents that the town is supporting a lot of these other entities on a soft side, but it is a contribution to improve our community. So don't take some of that stuff as gospel as far as, you know, the amount of time and that type of stuff that's here. This is a started running list. It's not 100% accurate. That makes just
Okay.
Right. There's a lot of other things that we do.
Rita?
Just a point of correction here. Option 2 says grants to organizations, and actually it would be coming from that sponsorship line and not the grants to organizations.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that's the hard 5,000 that you're talking about.
Right.
Would come from that.
So we need a friendly amendment. Just whoever made that.
Well,
motion.
we haven't made a motion yet.
Sorry.
Is there, I'm going to ask it this way, is there anybody seriously against the motion to, for the Horseshoe Club? I don't see anything really strong, so I'll ask if somebody would like to make a motion on this one. Okay, John? Oh, you're on mute, John.
I'll make the motion that the council approve the commitment to the Horseshoe Club as per motion number 479-19, funding to come from
Sponsorships.
sponsorships. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there was I think Judy had her hand up as a question before you.
Oh, I thought she was voting when I saw. Sorry, Judy. Go ahead with your question.
Well, it wasn't a question, it was a comment. So this is where our economic promotion comes in. This is a national event that's coming. This is where we're going to rent the motel rooms. This is where people are going to look on the map. Where is High Prairie? This is something that is going to draw people in that are going to rent the motel rooms. It's not going to be the local people that are coming to the pool. This is going to be all across Canada. This is one that we really need to support to get us noticed.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make a comment on. Now the mayor's gone.
Yeah, just a comment. I think it's fascinating that we beat out Calgary for this. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. So this is where I wanted to comment, that this is where we want to put our money into drawing people for tourism, motel rooms, looking on the map. Where is High Prairie?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
John,
No,
John.
we held a vote with everybody, and I thought your hand was up for that, Judy, but I take it you're in support also just from your comments. Okay, so we'll let that vote stand as unanimous because everybody else was there. We'll move on then to option 3 with the donation to STARS. They're looking for $8,000 for the next 3 years. Now, normally we have STARS come in and do a little presentation of all that they've done and how many incidents that they've responded to and that kind of thing. I see Rod and Rita both got their hand there, so I'll let them go up. Oh, for 4 years. Okay, 2022, 23, 24, and 25. Gotcha. Yeah.
So, and I will add one more piece. STARS did contact us again late December, I think the same day as this request came in for the $8,000, and they wanted to do a presentation in front of council. We offered, they couldn't make it to our last council meeting. I think it's the next one they're showing up. If not, it's the first one in February. So STARS is coming to one of our, I think the next agenda. Just so that you're aware, to give an update on STARS. So I mean, this is,
I'm wondering if we should wait till we hear the presentation from Stars before we move on this one, because the money would be theoretically in the budget and we could move it over knowing that they want 8, or do we need to vote before we hear the presentation and get our questions answered?
so I think the whole thing is within the budget, there's the 30 plus the 9. So there's funding there. So I mean, I think the only caution from administration is that if you're going to keep those numbers the same, you can't give away more than like 22,000, let's say, because you got to keep 8. So that's the only piece I'm concerned with, right?
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let's leave that one and wait until we get their presentation. Can make a better informed decision once we hear from them. And we'll move on to the golf club request to carry forward the $15,000 from grants approved in 2021. Rita?
I'm just wondering if we shouldn't make a motion to table this item. What do you think, Rod? Because it is on the agenda.
Well, it's an option. So I don't think anybody, I guess you could, so then administration brings it back at some point. Maybe that makes it easier for process, because maybe you're gonna ask for after Stars gives their presentation on whatever day that is, then we can bring forward this RFD indicating that this was tabled. Now you've heard the presentation, so that's maybe not a bad idea. That
I will make the motion that we table the Stars ask until after their presentation.
All right. All in favor? Opposed? Judy is the only one opposed. All right, so moving on then to the golf club request. We've already heard the story on this. We had approved it previously in 2021. They didn't use it. They are now asking for it to be used in 2022. And I know one of the things that council previously had said, we would like to know what they need the funding for. And Rod, what did you say they were looking at using this money for?
correct me if I'm wrong, Rita, I think this was being used for irrigation phase 1. So they've got 2 phases of irrigation that they're doing. 2022 is going to be one area of the golf course, and 2023 they're wanting to do phase 2. I'm not exactly sure what areas that covers, but that's what's in their plan.
Okay, thank you. I'll give a little bit of background and then I'll get Judy to go, but they did come to us and asked previously. They are in, they had a very good year last year is my understanding. I haven't, I don't know that for sure, but I heard that there was a good year. But previous to that, they've had some really poor years and were struggling to keep the golf club open, and they needed some major repairs. Council at the time felt that this was a good resource, a good amenity that we had in our community, and for $15,000 to keep it open, it was well worth the money. I know that Big Lakes County is also contributing in to keep that golf club open. And that's why we went ahead with it at the time. So with that, I'll throw it open to others if they want to comment on this request. Judy, yeah.
So I don't think those numbers are correct. From our discussions from other meetings, the town goes in and empties the sewers, and there's snow blading that goes on in the winter time. So there's more of a cost, there's more of a donation going on here than just the 15,000. Do we have any idea how much the sewer, pumping out the sewers and the blade and the snow clearing at the golf course is?
Yeah, what you're getting at is those other ones that we contribute, like, you know, to the rodeo grounds or the parade and everything else. So yeah, trying to capture those other costs.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It isn't just 15,000 because if we're driving a grader down there to blade the snow at the golf course, that's fuel, time, mileage.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if
And
we're
the
doing
sewer,
that
the
or if it's the county doing the grading, but we definitely do the sewer, pumping out of the sewer. Oh, there's Fern. He'll have the answers.
Yeah, it's the county that's doing the blading out there. We're not. But the sewers we are sucking out, and it's probably around $500 every time we have to do it.
And how many times do you do it in a year on average?
About once every 2 weeks.
So twice a month, and they're open for 6 months. So we'll say
Roughly.
12 times.
Yeah, roughly.
12 times at $500 a crack.
That's if we're charging out our equipment at the rates that we would charge out anybody else.
Yeah.
That's not the actual cost, because we do charge out our truck at $285 an hour.
Okay, thank you. John, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the reality is we own that property, right? So it's in our best interest to make sure that it's maintained properly. And the fact that we have the county that cooperate in that and collaborate with us, I think is a benefit. But I just wanted to point that out in terms of, yeah, we look at it as donations to them, but in reality, it's taking care of what we own.
Okay, James?
The other point that I was going to make is that this is money that we've already promised them. In a previous year, the project didn't get done, so they want to carry it forward. We kind of have to give them this. If we were to deny them this money, this would be no different than when the county took away the grant that the town had already counted on. So I don't want to play that game. We've promised this money. We're kind of obligated to give it in this case.
I'm not saying not to give it. I'm saying we need to account for how much we are giving to each organization. I'm not questioning the upkeep of our building. I'm questioning the dollars that are being spent to each organization. And that's why I said I'm not saying we don't give the 15,000. That's not a correct number. They're getting more than 15,000. We've only got so much money to play with.
Okay, anything else? Okay, oh, Rita?
The only thing I want to comment is I'm rethinking the motion. I'm sorry, it's like the ask is for 15,000 for 2021 to be carried to 2022, but there's also a secondary ask for I guess that's coming up in 2023. So if you want to deal with that at the next budget, that's fine, but just know that there's another 15,000 on the asking table for down the road.
Yeah, I think we can leave the second ask for the next year at this point. So I'll make the motion that council approve the Hyperion District Golf Club request to carry forward the $15,000 from grants approved in 2021 to 2022. All in favor? And that's unanimous. All right. Now the next one, we're doing victim services, and I see Sasha's got her hand up already, so let her go.
No, that was my question. I thought we skipped over victim services, so I was going to ask you about that, but you went there, so that's good.
Oh, okay.
Because in my sheet, victim services was before the golf club, but
Oh, okay. Well,
do I have a different version?
Yeah.
No,
You're
he's
special.
he's following page 74, 75. That's why.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Thank you, whoever said that.
Yeah. So I think everybody's familiar with the victim services one because they came in and made the presentation to our council. They were looking to hire additional staff to help out with everything. And the ask was for 20,000. Yeah. Okay, so that one, and we have a recommendation in here that so if we approve that, we would have to look at increasing the grants to organizations if we were to do that with the other donations that we make. Because right now we've got donations in the neighborhood of $23,000. We got, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. I'm counting the stars one in there. We got $15,000 left in there, and we wouldn't have enough for the victim services. Or if we want to go back to the stars and whether or not we would consider that one.
I'm sorry, Brian, to interrupt here, but it was 25,000 that they wanted, not just from us, but like as a combination. So this is where it goes to the intermunicipal committee. Maybe we can work with some of our First Nation Métis neighbors and pool all this money so that no one entity is funding this whole amount. And on top of all that, I want us, all of us together, us, the county, the reserves, the settlements, I want us to all go to the provincial government and hit them over the proverbial head with the proverbial bat and say, fund this, damn it, because this is clearly needed. This is a provincial jurisdiction, and the fact that this crap is being dumped on us is BS. It annoys me. So this is like the motion. I'll make the motion that we refer to the victim service request to the intermunicipal committee for further discussion, and that we bring in all of our neighbors and the provincial government to try to fund this. Because I mean, if we go with us and the county, and I think there's 5 settlements and reserves around us, if we split it 8 ways, well, if we split it 7 ways and come to the province and say, come on, pony up some, then, it's better for all of us.
Okay, thanks. John?
I just wanted to add to that. It's not like the money is not there. The money is there. It's just that because of the size of our community. And so I've talked to Sandra and like I talked with the Office of the Ombudsman when we were at the
AUMA.
There, yeah. And so I've talked with Sandra now, and I'm going to connect them. And because the Ombudsman said like that's something that they could look at, the fact that there is dollars there, and that our numbers are pretty much the same as Grand Prairie. So Grand Prairie and Peace River, they got additional funding because of the size of their community. But I said, what about the service we provide? We may not have the numbers in size, but we provide more service certainly than Peace River and comparable to Grand Prairie. So we should be getting extra dollars. And so that would be good. Like if we have our partners there, all our partners coming together, and then we also have Ombudsman working on it, because there are dollars there. that are just sitting there and they're not being spent, right? So.
You know, I appreciate those comments from you and James, because this is one of those items that we could bring to ANCA, or the Alberta North Central Alliance, where we have some of our neighbors. And to be honest, I haven't brought it forward. It wasn't on the radar, but it is one of those that that group is working with some of our neighbors and would put some pressure on it. Now, it might be crossing two borders. I'm not sure how they divide up, because we've got the High Prairie area and sort of the Slave Lake area. I don't know if we, if we service both, or if it's two different districts that we're in, but regardless, I think it would be supported for both districts to improve the funding in the north. Yeah, so I like that motion by James. Good. And I'll have to remember to bring that forward. Okay, Rita.
Just to clarify, is that a friendly amendment for James to include the ombudsman that John suggested?
Yes.
The ANCA also on there, or?
Sure, that way we don't lose it. I like the idea to include it. Okay, any more discussion on this one?
So maybe I'm missing something. I just want to be clear, because we put this motion in here as kind of a discussion point. You may recall when Victim Services came forward, we said, okay, well, yeah, we'll go to intermunicipal, but we changed our process now so that we kind of get direction to do it. So, but we were going to likely do it anyways. But just I'd like to, I guess, clearly know that sounds like, at least at the last council meeting, there was a lot of support to provide some funding to this entity, right? That's what I heard, but that was just when the presentation was given. So if this motion is going forward, I'm just thinking from our budget perspective, is there support to fund it? Or is the funding that High Prairie may consider providing this cause, is it a portion thereof? You may recall the discussion that we had, because they were going to go and talk to the other organizations to see if they could also foot the bill, but she wanted to find out if let's say us two, I mean Big Lakes and the town, were really going to put some seed money into it, and it was going to carry on. So I guess I would just like to know, as we go into some of these meetings, is there something that is council gonna want to provide some funding for this? Because the way this motion is, to me, it just means that we're going to a committee, but we don't have anything in our back pocket as far as funding. Or is that going to be made up or figured out somewhere down the line?
I'll try to answer it, and then Judy can. In my head, Rod, I think we're saying at this point we want to see what that total amount would be. We want to see if we can get the others on board. We still have 15,000+ in there, and if we change or want to fund it for more, once we know for sure exactly what it'll be, or if we can get this lowered, then we can have that make a later amendment to the budget before we approve the final budget. Like if we wanted to add 25,000 or 20,000 to this for them, we could, or maybe we want to include some of what we've already got in grants and organizations. That's sort of what I was thinking, of not nailing it down and saying put in $25,000 now, because we don't know what our neighbors are going to do or anything like that. So I think it's one that we need to deal with a little bit later.
Okay, so basically passing this motion, everybody's under the intent that or under the understanding that yes, the town is considering financial support. Is that underlying? That's what this means. Don't know to what extent.
I see one nodding and one shaking. Yeah, I'll go with Judy, and then we'll see if we can flush this out.
See, my, what I would like to see done here is every year Big Lakes County has a charity golf tournament where they sponsor someone and we help sponsor that golf tournament. That's where I would like the money to come from, is that charity golf tournament that we get together with. That's who we would sponsor, is the victim services, not coming from our sponsor fund. That's where I'm seeing it.
You know, I like that idea, Judy. It's a good cause for some of those proceeds. I mean, we don't put much into that golf tournament anymore, so we don't necessarily have a say on where it goes. But I think we can certainly bring that up and say, hey, this is a spot where those funds could go. Absolutely.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but we do sponsor the golf carts and stuff like that, and we help out with their charity golf tournament. So that's where I would like to see that.
Yeah.
That's where I'd like to see the money coming from, something like that.
Yeah, well, we haven't sponsored them. I don't think last year we didn't put any money into it, and because of COVID,
They didn't have it last year.
Yeah, they did. And they had it the year before, but it was greatly reduced. It wasn't the big major event that it's been in the past. Yeah. But I do like that idea. See if we can convince them. It's a good cause and it's a local cause. Rod, maybe we can ask if you can put that on the intermunicipal's agenda. That's a great suggestion, I think. I like it anyways. Any other comments on this one? No, we have the motion that James made to refer this to intermunicipal committee, ANCA, and oh, I lost the other group. Who was the other one?
First Nations, we want to get in on it.
Oh, okay.
Government and all the neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah, and the neighbors. Okay. All in favor? It was unanimous. I think that addresses all of 3.2. Is that, do we need anything else on 3.2 here? No? Okay, moving on to 3.3, the reserve strategy.
So, yeah, I get, maybe Rita, we should have talked about this before. So, the reserve strategy doesn't need to be approved. I mean, we want it approved, but really the budget could be approved first, right? Like the reserve strategy is important. It may change. I mean, the foundation I think is still good, but it could potentially change in the future depending on what type of property tax increase there is. I mean, the foundation I think is still okay, but say if you want to finish the budget and then go to the reserves, I think you can do that too, because the reserve isn't really 100% tied, right, Rita? It's, yeah, we can deal with the reserve strategy at any time, and the reserve strategy may change depending on what funding comes in, or if we can get grants to help us with the water treatment plant or whatever the heck it is. But so I'm just say bring it up. You can finish up the budget piece and then deal with the reserves after, because they're not completely cross-referenced.
Okay, I'm looking at the agenda and it appears that we were done at this point in time. To give you some more information to, you know, answer some of the questions in the budget.
Yep.
I don't know if there was anything else that we had to go over on the budget or to approve.
I guess there's two things. One is the, if you look at page 3, it actually gives you the motion to finalize the budget. It gives you the operating revenue, operating expense. It's down at option 1. The amount that's included for principal long-term debt, the capital reserves, and then to include the operating reserves, which are the ones that we're carrying forward for next year. So that's kind of the layout to actually approve the final budget. Now, based on the motions that we made within the previous steps, I've done a quick calculation. Probably wouldn't hurt to double check it, but our budget is presented on a 3-year. If you don't want to do the 3 years, that's your call. We've got a tax levy increase of 5% in year 2022 proposed, and a 10% in 2023, and a 7% in 2024. So that's our long-term suggestion for your capital reserves to be built up and to start putting money into your capital investments to do some capital projects, which leads into the capital 5-year capital plan. So they're kind of all tied together. So to say that there's only one motion, it's the 3 years of the budgets with the amounts and all of the things that we just talked about with the adjustments. So I'm just going to recap, and then we're also going to talk about whether or not you want to do a 5-year capital plan. And then you'd also have to decide within the 3-year budget, there's just one more piece that we didn't talk about, and I didn't identify. Didn't think of it, but it's the economic development business license. So under the department, under the budget tab of economic development, there's a business license fee that we wanted to increase $50 each. Now, I know it's getting late. We've been at this for a while, so I don't know how much further you want to go with this, or if you want to, like, that's really up to you guys.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having a couple of thoughts here. Number one is, I guess I'm just sitting here wondering about, do we want to we can move on this, or do we do have a little bit more discussions? I know where people are at. We've been at this for 5.5, 6 hours. Do we want to have another meeting at some point, or do we just want to wrap it up? I know there's still a few questions out there, and we're at to some of the more smaller things, but so that's one option, is to say, okay, we'll do another meeting later on. This has been good. Or do we want to push through? Do we want to discuss at this point in time, the budget for this year and what we would be looking at for years 2 and 3? So let's start with there. Where are people at? Are you getting burnt out, and you want to keep pushing on this, or do you want to have another another meeting where we discuss years 2 and 3? Like, are we good with the 10 and 7% in the further years? So I'll put it out there that way. Sasha?
So of course I'll go with whatever the majority decides. However, my question was, is everyone available next Saturday, the 22nd, for part 2? That's a question. And the only danger of pushing through when people are, let's say, tired or phasing out is that we don't put in, but I'll go with whatever. I'm available for both options, to let you know, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So maybe I can just say one thing. So we have a lot of unknowns, right? Like the province, March, April is going to be interesting, because that's when the try to be polite.
Budget
The
comes up.
province is gonna tell us, I shouldn't jinx us, but that's when they're gonna tell us how much money we got, right? And that may adjust things. And then it skews, it changes like the following years. So if people are tired now, I think there's a lot of information there into the future years. And I think there's a good foundation there on the capital side. On the capital side, we know that Vern's group is going through a bunch of their items, and within the next couple months, or well, I'm going to give us 3 months, we'll have a little better idea as to how good our lift stations are. That's my big concern, and that type of thing, so we can refine. Like, hopefully we don't need none of his stuff this year, but maybe it's in 2023, and then we can get a better idea of what we're doing in the future years. So my suggestion is maybe, we've got the 2022 approved capital. The future years, at least we've got a good framework for the public to kind of see what's kind of out there. And when we come forward in April, hopefully Vern's stuff is kind of done, and we can kind of refine and maybe approve a 5-year. And whenever we approve, things can change, but at least it gives everybody a little bit of a plan. So Vern could maybe start getting contractors ready if we need the lift station in 2023. So the capital side, I think we're half decent right now. There might be some changes in some of the dollars because we're hearing some not great things, but at least we can start moving forward. On the operating side, I think you guys have made most of the difficult decisions from the true operating. The big question within this budget was funding our capital. No matter what we spent, kind of, I'll call it in the daily operations, I think you guys, you've agreed to all those questions. It's how much are we going to be putting into funding our capital needs for this year and into the future years. So really, to get through 2022's budget, again, not knowing what the province is going to do to us in 2 or 3 months, that's one more decision, and it is a big one. And so I think, especially if council is going to do some type of an increase, it might be a good thing to do is to, because administration is really, I think, painted a picture that we need big dollars to fund the things on our capital list. Big dollars, making up that $1 million that's been downloaded to us. So giving people an advance notice as to what that potential increase would be, I think would be beneficial to them from their planning perspective. So I think there's just really one more topic that you may want to discuss. At the end of the day, what type of an increase you want. Rita's got to go back, fine tune all the numbers, and we'll go forward at the next meeting and say, yeah, our operating expense is exactly 11,056,000. I don't think she wants to actually give that number right now, but at least then she can go through the numbers and say, this is what we're putting into reserves now. I mean, that's a long-winded answer, but I think the key here is, if you want to do kind of the interim budget, it's how much can we, what's your tolerance level as far as an increase, and all that additional money is just going to go into the capital side. That's what it is. So I think that'd be a good thing to discuss.
Okay, yeah, and I totally agree. Yeah, I know we have to have that discussion. I guess the question is people want to do it now, or are you getting tired after this? I know 5.5 hours of budget is long, but it is the weekend, and we did put some time aside to do this. When there was some talk of Slave Lake put in aside several, they've been spending 70 hours on their budget, and we put in now maybe 10, right? Like, there is a difference there, and if we need more time, we can take it. It doesn't have to be next weekend. It could be later. Or we just keep pounding through. What's people's thoughts? Donna?
Well, I mean, we've got this far. My biggest issue is where the administration recommended a 5% tax increase for 2022. When are we going to discuss that ask? Because if we approve this now, does that mean we've approved a 5% tax increase?
And the other question was tied into that is there a line, like in my head, I just want to know there's a line item that says this is what's going into reserves. It's not just operating, because in the past we've sort of left anything left in operating went into reserves. I'd like to know that there was a line item saying this much is directly going into reserves. And we haven't really looked at that per se.
Do you want to answer? Or me? I think, I mean, we kind of have before, like in the detailed budgets, it always says how much is going into amortization and what's kind of going into our reserves. So that has been there, but that is, at least in my opinion, the most important item this go around. We're kind of working backwards from the perspective of, because the capital asks are so high. Like if administration was really operating like a business right now, I'm not sure what percent we put in there, but it would be like more than 10%, right? That it would be a significant number in order to meet the cash flows that are required. But we understand that there's a lot of economic pressures out there, and that's just not feasible to pass on to our ratepayers. So it's again, it's almost backwards thinking. It's like, if we think our ratepayers can afford the 5%, Rita will go back and do all the detailed numbers, and then at the end of the day, she'll say, because there's some fine tuning here on some of the things, like the $2,500 that was given for staff appreciation, et cetera, and some things that were cut out. And then we can say, yeah, if we went 5%, it is actually, this is X that's going into reserves. So it gives us an opportunity from administration. I mean, we do know that for every percent, it's 38,000 that's going into reserves. What we have indicated in this budget, though, is that we're not putting into amortization to meet kind of our cash flows and our big expenditures over the next year or two, and figuring out what Vern's shop needs, or pardon me, Vern's whole area needs from an infrastructure perspective. Let's just run a year, maybe a year and a half or two on our reserves, and then at some point we're gonna have to do some big time borrowing. So I guess if we have Rita has some information as to what you're thinking of as far as the tax increase, we can go back, crunch numbers, and then you can pass it. You can still, again, change it in April, but at least then the numbers start slotting into place, and we can do some more budgeting and forecasting on the capital side, how we're going to fund all this stuff. If council's thinking a 0% tax increase, that means like not much is going into that capital side, right? So having ideas to where council's at, it gives Rita the ability to kind of forecast out when the heck we're gonna have to borrow money.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, and again, just maybe a quick show of hands. Who wants to get into those discussions now? Who wants to wait for another day? Who wants to proceed on this now? Hands up. Who wants to schedule another meeting to work on this? Hands up. Okay, so I think we're at the point where we're up there again, because it's been a very good meeting. Again, we got through a lot of tough questions, had some good debate and discussion, but I think we're up high. I know that most council, I think most council knows that there's probably going to have to be some increase to account for the increased capital, and maybe we can hammer on some of that and have that discussion on another date. So with that,
actually, sorry, we may want to talk about FCM and the grant.
What grant?
So with regards to, remember in December, we made a motion to
for the asset management.
So our MMSA has done a lot more work on attempting to, for us to be successful in that grant application. It has done a ton of work to improve our chances in acquiring that grant. And so in order to accommodate all that work that was done and improve our chances at being successful, I would really like a motion to that effect.
To do what? Sorry, Rod? A motion to do what? I just missed it at the end.
A motion to, Sasha?
Want to share your
I just wanted to know if it was in the budget or in the agenda, and if we can we discuss it if it's not at the agenda?
Yes, you
It
can.
was an
It's a
email
budget
that was
document.
sent
There was
out.
an email, and so it is a budget item. So a budget item with regards to our 2022 budget. So it's a I'm just gonna find it here. So
I remember you even gave a motion. Yes, I remember it. Yeah, you gave an example of what should be said for.
You're muted, Rita.
So yes, so in order for us to apply for that grant, December 20th, council made a motion directing administration to proceed with the grant application. Since that motion, there's been a lot more work completed, and the motion that you approve, recommended by administration in MMSA's research, it wasn't as inclusive as it should have been. And so having a motion that talks about the project in a lot more detail and where funding's coming from is something that they highly recommend. Again, and that would improve our chances on getting that free money.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, if I look in the email that you sent out, you'd sent out that grant motion that you wanted to have made, right?
That's correct. And this is
okay. Gotcha. Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
deal with that so that we
Yeah.
can proceed on that application and go from there.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and it's not really much different fundamentally from the last motion. It's just got a lot more detail in it. Oh, Rita.
and just to follow
Okay,
up. people- Sorry.
Sorry, I was breaking up there quite a bit. I'll share the motion. I opened it up from my email just so that everybody can see it. So be it resolved that Council of the Town of High Prairie directs staff to apply for a grant opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program for Regional Data Acquisition and Asset Management Project. Be it therefore resolved that the Town of High Prairie commits to conducting the following activities in its proposed projects submitted to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program to advance our asset management program. 1, field acquisition of asset data. 2, implement asset management software. 3, training and proper use of software. Be it further resolved that Town of High Prairie commits $6,750 from its budget towards the costs of this initiative. Rita?
When we built the budget, it was an application of $50,000 with a $10,000 cost to the town, worst case scenario. So that's kind of already built into the budget. It's not an extra $6,750. Further, I think Rod has more information on that $6,750. Do you want to touch on that, Rod?
You're still muted, Rod.
I mean, the good news is it's sounding like if a bunch of us municipalities are successful in this application, it obviously helps our contractors in providing the services. And what may occur in the end is that ultimately we may not have to pay any additional, because some of these costs of the 6,700 may get absorbed in our overall annual membership to MMSA. So that's the really good news here. Getting a lot of this grant money kicks off a lot, and especially if a few of us are successful, it reduces the overall cost of this overall program. So it's really, really good news, because maybe we've got some additional funding in our budget, because this may be covered under our MMSA.
Okay, I don't suspect, does anybody have an objection to this motion or want to speak against it? Otherwise, we can go to a vote on it, because we've already somewhat approved this. But it sounds like this specific motion will help, might help with the grant. I'm good with that. I don't see everybody's face here, so if somebody's waving a hand now, well, I'm going to stop the sharing and then I can see everybody's face again. There we go. I can see everybody now. Did anybody have an objection? No? Okay, with that in mind, I'll make the motion as it was written and spoke of earlier. All those that approve? Okay, and against? Oh, I think James froze up.
Yeah, he texted. So he said he was in favor. I guess he has an issue with his internet, but he texted on the bottom saying he's in favor.
Oh,
so
thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah.
He's right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so it was unanimous on that. So the last question before we break for the day is, when do we need to get together? Like we're talking, is it imperative to get together really soon, or what's the timelines on getting together to finalize the budget here and give those percentages and nail it down? From administrator's point of view, and then I can send out a doodle poll and say, hey, which dates work for people?
Well, I will say one of the positive things, I think even our like our next regular council meeting right now is light. I've only got one RFD. I know that's going to change, but there's only one RFD. I was contemplating putting on that agenda our strategic plan to talk about that piece, but you know, this could probably be one of our main topics on that day. So we could do it on a regular council meeting.
Okay, I'm good with that if that works for everyone. Because I don't know if we need to go, it won't be a long, heavy one. It's more of a philosophy of how much do we want to increase rates, because it's going into reserves, right? And it's a good discussion on, that's going to be the discussion more as not the specifics, right?
That's my understanding. I believe council has talked about all the specifics, I call on the operational side. Now it's just how much are we going to put into that bucket to deal with our infrastructure deficit? That's really, I think that's the only piece. How much do you think our taxpayers can absorb to fund our infrastructure deficit?
Okay.
Because it's big.
Okay, no, that's, I think that's a fair discussion at our next council meeting, and we can probably deal with it. And then with that would be, we'll have our 2022 budget pretty much nailed down based on any last minute changes from the province and assessment and that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, well, let's do that. We'll save it for our next council meeting. All right, good meeting, everybody. I know it's budget is always hard to get through, but good discussions that we had, even through Zoom. It went well. Good discussions. Lots of everybody had a chance to get input, I think. So yeah, it was good. Thanks, everyone.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank council in working through this. I know it's a very difficult process. I'd also like to thank the staff that did a lot of work in this preparation. I mean, it is a change in trying to provide more information. I know it's not 100% perfect, but I think it provides a little bit of a longer forecast and the overall financial situation of the town. And just one more thing that wasn't mentioned here, but I want to do a kudos to Public Works. I mean, one of the things that I mean, we know we're in tight times. We know we've got to make some changes, and you may not know this, but we did change the snow removal within the town office. I know it's a fairly detailed thing, but it's one way of looking at attempting to try to save money. So we're experimenting with we didn't proceed with our snow removal contract for the town office building, and actually our Public Works crew took on that project. So administration is doing some things in an attempt to generate some efficiencies, which is one of the reasons we didn't come in with a significant increase on the inflationary side within the budget. We're trying some of these things, and so far the crew has been doing like really well, especially considering what's been on their plate. And so we're hopefully going to continue to try different things, and sometimes some things will work and some things won't. But I just wanted to give it kudos. It's a change, and so far it's working fairly well, at least from my perspective. Maybe not from the workers' perspective, because they're getting up at 6 o'clock. So I shouldn't laugh, but they're putting in an additional effort to make sure our town office is safe and that type of thing. So I just wanted to put a kudos out to the group for changing and trying to find more efficiencies within town operations. So thank you to everyone.
No, I'll definitely, I did not realize that was happening. So that's great to know. And thanks to administration and Vern and Public Works. That's fantastic. I know at the last council meeting, I wanted to, thank Public Works for being out there in the freezing cold temperatures and doing everything.
Don't mention it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I want it to be known that I didn't even think of it when that other thing happened out there, that it wasn't me. I know I got blamed for it the other time, and this didn't even mumble anything. So yeah, it wasn't me. I know that. But thanks to Public Works for what they're doing, and for administration. The package has been really good, and I'm going to say our best budget package since I've been on to help understand it and the longer term picture. It's fantastic. Thanks for that.
And I agree. I know both Rhoda and Rita and Public Works and everybody worked hard to get the information and the budget and putting it into a form that gave us what we needed, but it wasn't so obtuse and nebulous and all. It was like the information was there that we needed, and it's painful to do a budget, but the information here made it far less painful than in past budgets of looking at numbers and trying to figure out, well, what does that all mean? Thank you very much for your time and effort in getting it to us in a form that was easily understandable and easy to interpret. Thank you very much.
Thanks all. All I can say is I have a newfound appreciation for the chamber chairs. My kitchen chairs are not conducive to long meetings.
Yeah. All right, with that, I will call the meeting adjourned. And everybody enjoy this wonderful weather that we've got happening out there. Have a good evening.
You too. We'll talk to you guys on Tuesday.
Yeah, rub it in.
you'll be done. You only have to isolate for 5 days.
You're
Isn't that
muted,
the new
Rod.